Good morning, everyone. I'm Jenny Lu, your moderator for today. Pleased to see you all and welcome to our slot for the day. Our speaker for today is Madam Maureen McIntosh, and she will be sharing a topic in understanding choice theory in building quality relationship. She has over 30 years of experience in training, coaching, counseling, and public speaking. A former registered nurse, Madam Maureen spent over 20 years working with youth in the field of sexual health, where she accumulated a broad knowledge of working with sensitive issues. She holds a master's degree in counseling and human development, a Bachelor of Science in Nursing degree, and ICF accredited coach certification through the College of Executive Coaching since 2006. Madam Maureen was a founding member of the John Maxwell team in 2012 and has learned from one of the best coaches in the world, Christian Simpson of Great Britain. She has been coaching since 2006 and has been in private counseling practice since 1991. She is also a member of the senior faculty of William Glasser International and is the current president of Glasser Canada. She has also done training in choice theory with schools in New Brunswick and was a trainer for the only Glasser Quality School in New Brunswick and Canada. She has worked with early childhood intervention, public health and youth impact, and the Boys and Girls Clubs of Canada. She also has experience working with Indigenous nations both in New Brunswick and Iqaluit, Nunavut. Now, allow me to welcome Madam Maureen, also known as Grammy Mo, to deliver her presentation. Over to you, Madam Maureen.
Thank you so much, Jenny. And before I start, I want to thank Madam Miriam Manik, our Miri District Education Officer. Without all the hard work of you and your team, none of this would be possible. And I really appreciate the opportunity to be able to talk at this education colloquium. My subject is choice theory, the psychology of personal freedom. When Dr. Glasser wrote that book in 1998, he called it a new psychology for personal freedom. But here we are in 2022, so I call it the psychology of personal freedom. Dr. Glasser coined the term external control, and this is a picture of him, and I decided to put his picture there because I first met him in 1988, and as a nurse, I had a lot of questions. He was a world-renowned psychiatrist that didn't believe in medication. He believed in working with people. He wanted people to be able to get the help they need by talking with counselors and by being asked some important questions and to be able to take personal responsibility. As a registered nurse, I questioned that. What do you mean no medication? I grew up in the medical model. But over the years, the more I worked with Dr. Glasser, I could see what he was saying. It is so important to have the relationship with anybody that we work with. As time went on, and in that same time that he was writing the first book, Control Theory, in 1984, and switched to choice theory in 1998, in that time, he coined a phrase called external control psychology. And that, he says, is the world that we're born into. We're born into external control. Think about it. When a baby is born, the first thing it does is cry. A baby is born knowing two things. One, it knows what feels good, and two, it knows what doesn't. And the only way that baby can get what it wants is to cry initially. And over time, he continues to grow and cry and starts to get, when he cries, a warm, fuzzy person comes, picks him up, holds him. Baby says, that feels pretty good. I want some more of that. So they'll cry again. And then maybe they'll cry even more because that worked. Some warm, fuzzy person picked me up. I'll cry again. And they pick me up, but this time I'm not happy just being held. I want my diaper changed. or I want to eat. There's something else that I need, but it's the only way that we communicate. As a result of this, we learn very early on that perhaps we can control another person, which is a bit of a misnomer, and we'll find that out as we go. External control really is 4 variations of the same problem. I want you to do something you don't want to do. So here I am trying to get you to, I don't know, go clean up your room. But you don't want to. You have something else that you want to do. And then you might want me to do something that I don't want to do, like get off your back for cleaning your room. Or we both might want each other to do something that neither of us wants to do. And the example I think of as that is in families, sometimes there are expectations. And sometimes we're expected to go to a family do, a dinner or something that neither of us want to go to. And the 4th one is, I'm trying to force myself to do something I don't want to do, and I'm doing it partly to please someone else. I think we can all relate to that in some form or another. Dr. Glasser wasn't too happy with that. And as he wrote his book, Control Theory, in 1994, I think it came out, or 84, he kept saying control. And every time he went to speak somewhere, he talked about control theory. And he was on the stage in 1996 in Australia, and he said, I can't do this anymore. He had 6 speaking engagements to do, and every time he said control theory, he felt sick. It sounds too much like we're trying to teach somebody how to control somebody else, and that's not it at all. He stopped right then and there and said, it's going to be choice theory here forward. And what is internal control or choice theory? It's a genetic explanation of human behavior, that all behavior is purposeful and chosen. So these are the 2 main premises. It's a genetic explanation, which means it's found in our genes, and all behavior has a purpose to it, and all behavior is chosen. So let's talk about this. The first thing Dr. Glasser talked about were our 5 basic needs, the needs that drive us. These are what he hypothesized at the time, genetic. But if we look at the world today with the pandemic, and not just with the pandemic, even prior to the pandemic, there are countries that are poorer than others, and we are well aware of that. And there are homeless people everywhere. There are many, many people in the world from different genres trying to meet these same 5 basic needs. He hypothesized that we're driven from within to satisfy 5 basic needs. I emphasize that because people have asked him over the years, aren't there more? And he says, you can have as many basic needs as you want, but I only have 5. And anything else, I believe, can fit into those 5 needs. Maslow had the hierarchy of needs, if you remember, but this is not the same. We are trying to meet these needs all day, every day. And I think the pandemic has brought that home. Excuse me, particularly here now in Canada, we have convoy, a freedom convoy. I don't know how much of a freedom convoy it is, but people are concerned that the truckers won't be bringing food to the stores, and they're concerned about their survival. And you know, if we do not meet that need to survive, we can't really focus on the other needs. So when somebody is homeless, they're driven to satisfy this need to survive. Now, some people choose to be homeless. Some people choose to live that way. And that simply means that they don't have a high need to survive, that their need to survive is perhaps lower than mine, let's say. So what he said was, we have these 5 needs, but we have different levels of the need. So somebody could have a level of 1, let's say 1 to 5, and somebody else could have a 5 on that 1 to 5 scale. And someone else could fall somewhere in the middle, like a 3. And I think I'm probably closer to a 3. We like to eat good food. It's food, water, air, shelter, and yes, reproduction. And without reproduction, none of us would exist as a society. The next need is the need for love and belonging. And this pulls at my heartstrings because as I've watched the pandemic for the last 2 years, it's not a hypothesis anymore. It's proven that we have a huge need to love and to belong. If we've just watched how we as humans have behaved all during the pandemic, the number one thing people say is, I want to be with my loved one. I want to be with my friends. I miss my family. I want to be with somebody else. This is a very important need that we all have, and one of the most difficult needs to meet because it's dependent on other people. So, this is why Dr. Glasser has said over the years, in order to be mentally healthy, we need at least one person that we know cares about us and, and wants to support us and be there for us. This need, as I said, is dependent on other people. Yes, there are loving relationships where you're in a relationship with another couple, or a parent and child, or your relationships at work, or there are groups of people that we belong to. If you look at the groups, these people that have that kind of belonging need, a higher belonging need, will be the people that belong to clubs like Rotary, Business and Professional Women's Club, soccer teams, football teams, baseball teams, you name it. Okay, they belong to a group and they're happy to be part of that group. So love and belonging is really apparent, and it is a very basic need of each and every one of us. This need as well, power. Power is an important need. Now, when Dr. Glasser used to talk about power, people used to say, well, can't we just say something else like power is so negative? And he was adamant. He said, no, we all have a need for power. And power, in this sense, comes in 3 forms. There's power over, where we're trying to control another person. There's power with, where you have 2 people with a high need for power performing together, can really make something pretty significant happen. And then there's personal power, the power that comes from within. And that's the best way I know of to describe this need for power. And every single one of us has it. Now, some people have a lesser need for power than others. So again, on that scale of 0 to 5. And the same thing for the love and belonging on a scale of 0 to 5. Some people during the pandemic with love and belonging enjoy being at home, being alone. Finally, nobody's forcing me to go out. Others are just really sad because they can't see their people. Power is the same on a scale of 0 to 5. If you have a very high need for power, you're probably going to meet it in different ways by doing speaking engagements like I'm doing now, or by teaching in the classroom. Educators have a fair need for power. Graduating from college meets that need for power. This isn't negative, only if it's power over, only if you're trying to control others. Politicians have a fair need for power. But I also think that many of us who like to speak also have a need for love and belonging. So everybody's different on this scale of 0 to 5. So someone with a low need for love and belonging, let's say of 2 or 3, and somebody with a high need for power, it might not be the best relationship in the world, but you never know. Somebody with a high need for love and belonging, a higher need for love and belonging, and a lesser need for power, that might make the ideal couple. So long as the person with the love and belonging need has her need met or his need met, they'll gladly give up their power. These needs are simple, easy to understand, but not so easy to really comprehend and put together, if you understand what I mean. I'll show you more as we go. Again, on a scale of 0 to 5, freedom and independence. We see that all over the world, people fighting for freedom. Some come together in groups, some do it one-on-one. This little picture of the bird in flying out of the gilded cage, that was my picture. That was our symbol when I graduated from high school. I couldn't wait to get out of there. My freedom need was so high. And I'm very independent. So people with a high freedom need like to have time to create. They like to have time to just lay back and think. That none of these needs are either right or wrong. It just is. One of the ways that my husband and I met that need for freedom when we got together, because we both have a high need for freedom, was to ride motorcycle together. We were free as the wind with our hair flying and being on the motorcycle with no restrictions around us. Oh yes, we dressed appropriately. The need for fun. Now, some people say, what do you mean? I don't need to have fun. I grew up with a British mother. My mother was from Britain. And I was always taught all the work has to be done before you can do anything. And my parents lived in a large house, and I had to clean it top to bottom before I could go and play basketball, which was my favorite sport. That didn't mean I had any less need for fun. In fact, I had a bigger need for fun. But my mother's need for power was much greater in terms of she needed to control me to clean the house before I went out. That's the way I looked at it then. It's the way I see it today. We have a need for fun, and we don't realize it. Sometimes the reward for learning something new, just about every time, is fun. So when you read a new book, when you hear a new lecture, when you hear a joke for the first time and you laugh, it's probably because you've just learned something new. So don't underestimate the need for fun. And you will have students in the classroom with all of these 5 basic needs. Let's do it again. Survival. If a child comes to school and they haven't eaten that day, or mom and dad have had a big fight, what do you think it's going to happen for them? How is their day going to be with no food? And they found that out when I was working at Beaverbrook School. They learned to do a needs assessment with buckets, and they used to have 5 needs buckets, 5 for how much the child thinks they need on an ongoing regular basis, and 5 for what they were getting that day. And so the teachers could tell if their needs were being met or not even before they came to school. And it was a really useful activity because it helped the teachers understand where they are. The need for love and belonging. If mom and dad have just split up and the child is traveling between homes and they're still barking at each other and they're feeling less than belonging, or they've had a fight with a brother and sister, or they had a fight with mom that morning, we don't know. So how much do they feel loved that day? The need for power. Do they ever get recognition? You know, we're sometimes famous. I know when I was going to school, it was famous to get a sticker if you did something good. And I remember my partner's name is Doug, so I'll refer to Doug. But when he was in Beaverbrook School, he went in with his classroom school teacher, and the teacher was giving the students a piece of candy for the work they were doing. For every time they were doing a spelling bee, and every time they got a word spelled correctly, she gave them a piece of candy, but she kept tabs of it. So at the end, when they come up to the front of the room, she'd say, you get 1 piece because you got 1 right. You get 2 pieces because you got 2 right. And this little boy that Doug was working with got his 1 piece of candy, and he just grabbed it and he just threw it on the floor. This isn't any good. It means nothing. I don't even get credit really for the one I had right. He didn't feel good about it at all. The need for fun. All kids like to have fun. And I can tell you, when Beaverbrook School studied these ideas, everybody was having fun. I could walk through the halls of that school and hear laughter. And the principal would say, if she walked through the halls of the corridor, halls of the school, and nobody was laughing, she had to check and see what was wrong. So let's just look at this quickly. I want to give you an example of a need strength profile. So we could just say, this is George, and maybe let's just say two teenagers. And you're going to ask them, because they're sitting in class together and you're looking at them saying, oh, well, those two should work well together. Well, will they? Let's look. Here's George. George has a 2.5 for love and belonging right here. His fun need is off the chart, 0 to 5. It's at a 5. His freedom need also is at a 5. His power need is 3, too bad, and survival need is only 1. So when we look at George, he needs a little bit of love and belonging, but it's not a priority for him. But if life isn't fun, it's going to be difficult, and he needs the freedom. Power is not so big either, but he has enough to want to get things done. And survival is low, which means he'll probably take risks. He'd be the kind of person that would ski all those high jumps that the Olympic athletes are doing right now, just fly in the air and come down, or the crazy moguls, or any of these activities that the athletes do at the Winter Games. Some of them are quite risky. Let's look at Marilyn. Marilyn has a high need for love and belonging. She has a 5. Her fun need is a 2.5. Her freedom need is a 3.5. Her power need is at 3. And her survival need is at 5. So let's see what happens when we put these two to work together. So you can see the discrepancies quite clearly now. Marilyn's going to need more attention. She's going to want the attention from George, or from anybody really, but she's going to want the attention. And he's going to think she's needy, wanting somebody to care all the time. For him, it's got to be fun. For her, his need for fun might even drive her a little crazy. Do you ever go to a party and you see a group of people standing around and everybody's laughing? And in the center of that group, there's somebody that's telling stories and laughing and having the time of their life. This person is that person that has a high need for fun. And if it isn't fun, they don't want to belong to anything. And I'm sure you have students in the classroom that just want to have fun continuously. And they can tend to create an atmosphere where you just want to, scream sometimes, but that's just who they are. So her fun need is a 2.5. Freedom is a 5. Hers isn't too bad, 3.5. Their power need is the same. Survival is way off the charts. So I'm going to explain it to you because I really don't have time to go into great detail about this, but she's going to need the attention here. It's got to be fun for George, not so much for Marilyn. He's got to have the freedom. She's going to want to get things tidied up. But here where the power need is the same, you might think, well, they'll get along really well, but they could also clash because the other needs are out of balance. The need to survive, he's going to leave everything to the last minute. She's going to want it to be done a week ahead of time. So we all know people like this, right? Think about it. You all know, if you just think of your students or your mates or people you know in the workplace, your colleagues that you work with, you'll know this. But if you don't understand these 5 basic needs and how we're driven from within to satisfy them and the strength of the needs, then you won't understand this pairing. Really important. Well, I said that I might talk about my cat, Boo. Dr. Glasser always said, if you want unconditional love, get a dog. But if you want to learn choice theory, get a cat. Well, this is my cat, Boo. Boo came into my life in June of this year. He's a 10-year-old cat. And did I ever watch him to see how he was going to get his needs met with me? because I already had had many cats over the years, and I know they rule the roost, usually. The need to survive. The first night that he stayed with us, first thing in the morning, when I got up, he started meowing at me. And I knew that he wanted food. So I looked at him and I said, Mister, I know you want food, but my power need is a little higher than yours. So I'm going to start my coffee and then I'm going to feed you. His need for power. He doesn't have a real big need for power, but sometimes when he wants something, he wants it. He'll go to Doug and he'll meow at Doug to open the door just so he can breathe the air. It'll be minus 25 outside and he wants the door open and he doesn't stop until he gets it. Love and belonging, he's the master of this. He knows in order to get what he wants from me, he just has to sidle up and purr. We were told that he's not a lap cat, but he is. He knows that my need for love and belonging is big. So he comes and sits on my lap sometimes for 20 minutes at a time, and I absolutely enjoy him. But he does it on his time. It's not when I want him to. No, his freedom need takes precedence. And as far as fun goes, he has a need for fun, but he's not like a kitten, and he'll play when he's good and ready. And I'm sure any of you who have a cat can relate to that story. So let's look at more about the choice theory. We take information in through our five senses, and it's recognized, and we attach a value to it, and it goes into our perceived world. So right there, that's a very fast rendition of what's going on in the brain. We all have everything we've ever learned in our perceived world. But you remember a little while ago, I spoke about being born into an external control world? Well, once we start behaving, we realize we create pictures, a picture album in our head. We call it the quality world. And so we start behaving to get what we want, which is what is in our quality world. So it's very simplified. There's a whole lot more to this, but unfortunately, we'll do it another time, hopefully. So things are not always as they seem. That's why I wanted to share this piece on perception. We all take information in through our five senses, and we attach a value to it based on what we know and what we want. So I'm always reminded of the woman that Valentine's Day is coming, and I'm always reminded of the woman that wanted a dozen red roses for Valentine's for years and years and years. That's all she wanted was a dozen red roses, but she never told her husband. And then one day when her daughter was about 16, her daughter said, Mom, what do you want for Valentine's? Dad says he never knows what to get you. And she said to her daughter, I'd like to have a dozen red roses. That Valentine, she got her dozen red roses. Why? Because her husband couldn't read her mind. And how often are we in relationships and we think the other person should be able to read our mind? So things are not always as they seem. This little diagram I want to share with you this way. So what do you see here? You see a clown, hopefully. And in this one, what do you see? Hopefully you had a chance to look at it while I was talking, but here we have a tent. We have a man putting his rings around. We have elephants and horses and a dog or a seal with a ball. In this one, we have a clown. It all depends on how you look at it. Another concept that I found extremely beneficial in working with youth, I got into this field because I was hired as the first nurse in the sexual health centers in the province of New Brunswick. That meant that I was very shy. I was going to speak in public, and I needed to learn some skills to work with these youth. I was working with youth between the ages of 12 and 24 in the field of sexual health. I couldn't even say the word at the time. I needed more skills. And that's why I went searching for my master's in counseling. And that's where I first came upon these ideas. In those ideas, I learned this whole concept of total behavior. If you really want to help a teenager, teach them this. Total behavior is made up of 4 components: feeling, on the back wheel here, physiology, thinking, and doing. At any given time, we cannot help how we feel. We can't help what goes on in our body physically. So if there was a big bang where you are right now, you might feel scared and your heart might start racing. You can't control that. Where do you have control? You have control over your thinking and you have control over your acting. And when I would teach this to teenagers, it made so much sense to them because the majority of teenagers I was seeing were having difficulty with their teachers at school. Nobody liked them. Their parents didn't like them. Everybody was telling them what to do, telling them how to think. And all they wanted was to be free and happy and be with their friends. When I learned this, I started to teach it to kids, but I started telling them, you can't help how you feel when the teacher gets upset with you, but you do have control over your thoughts and you do have control over what you do. And I remember one time I had a young woman who came to the clinic for birth control, but she also wanted to talk. And she started talking about her parents. My parents won't let me do anything. Well, I said, tell me more. She said, well, for instance, my curfew's at 10:30 now. And I said, your curfew's at 10:30 now? She said, yeah. I said, was it somewhere else before? Well, it used to be at midnight. I said, oh, how did it get to 10:30? She said, well, I was late coming in at midnight. So I got home at 12:20. So they told me I had to come in at 11:30 next time. So what did you do? What did you do then? Well, I decided that I would come in at 12 because they wanted me in at 11:30. And what happened then? Well, they got angrier. And how were you feeling? I was mad. What was your body doing? I was shaking. I was upset. My heart was pounding fast. And what were you thinking? My parents are miserable. They won't let me do anything. Oh, and what have you done in all of this? What do you mean? I said, well, every time your parents gave you a curfew, you went beyond it. Did that really work for you? Well, no. Well, do you feel like you have more control or less control now? Well, way less, she said. Well, I said, okay, let's talk about this. Is there anything that you can think that you could do differently? Is there something important coming up that you want to be able to have a later curfew? Yes, my prom's coming up in 2 weeks. Do you have any events coming up that you want to go to where your parents are going to enforce this curfew? Yes. Do you think it would be possible? What do you think of this? Do you think it would be possible for you to come in on time? Well, I could. And what would that do for you if you came in on time? How would you feel? Well, I'd be a little frustrated, but what would your body be doing? It would be okay. And what would you be thinking? Well, here I am. And what would you be doing? I'd be getting in on time. Well, let's think about your parents. Your parents see you arrive on time. How are they feeling? Oh, I didn't think of that. Satisfied, maybe? And what would their body be doing? Well, I think they would be laughing and happy. And what do you think they would be thinking? Finally, she's in on time. And what do you think they would do? Maybe next time increase my curfew? We created a plan. It was so simple to teach her this. We created a plan. And she did get her curfew back to 11:30 by the time the prom rolled around. It was simple, a simple concept, but you need to have the questions and the understanding and what's driving them to create that. And this young woman had a very high need for power and control. She didn't want anybody running her life. And she wanted to belong with her friends. She wanted to be with them. I created this program when I got my certification called Sex and Total Behavior. It is a sensitive subject, but I just want to point out that for every behavior, there is a feeling and a physiology, a thinking and an acting. And children or teenagers will make their decisions based on what they know. So if they don't have any information about sex and sexuality, relationships particularly, because relationships is something we can teach. We know what feels good. We know what we would like in a perfect relationship. We know how we want to be treated. That part's easy, but we don't teach that to the kids. We need to teach more about what a quality relationship looks like. If they don't have any information about sex and sexuality, they are going to get all the feelings and the emotion and the physical events that happen when we're feeling aroused and turned on. And their thinking might be, oh, this feels good, I'll just get swept away. And next thing you know, we have a problem with unintended pregnancy or sexually transmitted diseases. Whereas if we're able to give them all the information, they're going to have the same total behavior, but their thinking might be different. I feel so good. I respect myself and I respect her. I don't want anything to happen to hurt her, and I don't think I want anything to happen to hurt me. We need to talk about birth control. And she's thinking, I really like this. I could see us get close physically, but we have to discuss all this and where we're going with it. Minimally, it made a lot of sense to parents and it made a lot of sense to kids. And there is a YouTube video called Sex and Total Behavior by myself. It's a very old one, but it explains all this in detail. Excuse me. One of the things Dr. Glasser gave us was the habits that destroy relationships. We're all in relationships day in and day out, whether we like it or not. And here are the habits. You know, people wanted to change these words, but he said, no, they're deadly. They kill relationships. Nagging. I mean, it just sounds bad. You know, if you've asked somebody to do something once, even twice, they've heard you. If they don't do it after the 20th time, it means they don't want to do it. Blaming, threatening. We know what blaming is. We know what threatening is. We know what it is to criticize and complain, punish and reward. Let me ask you a question about punishment. When was the last time somebody gave you punishment and you thanked them for it? How much resentment have you carried over the years from somebody that punished you? How much do you hang on to that event and what happened? So these habits can destroy relationships. I'm going through them again. Nagging, blaming, threatening, criticizing, complaining, punishing, and rewarding in an attempt to control. It's called bribing. The alternative to that are the 7 caring habits: listening, supporting, encouraging, respecting, trusting, accepting, and always negotiating differences. You know, most of us want this. And if I were to say to you, do you know how to listen? Do you know how to support another person? Do you know how to encourage? Do you know how to respect somebody? Do you know how to trust and accept? Maybe the negotiating differences might be a little different, but basically you know how to do this. The answer would be yes. And yet, we tend to lean towards the deadly habits. When I first learned these ideas, I was in a destructive relationship, and there was a lot of the deadly habits going on, and I was guilty too. I'm a recovering deadly habit user, that's all I can say. And I started using only the caring habits in that relationship. And the more I used the caring habits, the more the disruption. escalated. I knew I had to do something different. I had to leave that relationship. These things are powerful when you understand them and you integrate them and you learn to take charge of your own life. I'm going back to those quality world pictures that I talked about a few minutes ago. These are important when we work with youth because they set the standards for our life. And there are 4 kinds of need satisfying pictures: people, places, things, strong beliefs, and values. That's where we put the most important thing in our life, things that we want, things that we strive for, people we want to be with, our strong beliefs and our values. It plays an important part in our world because, as much as I talked about those 5 basic needs, we're really striving to get what we want, that picture of what we want. And the picture we have of ourselves in our own quality world is really important. It's crucial. But at the same time, it's important not to overvalue our own quality world. We also have a quality world picture in terms of relationships. And it's important to be able to share those quality world pictures with your partners, with your students, with your co-workers. Sharing your quality world pictures with others besides a mate. And how often do we ask somebody, what do you want? Because when you ask that question, you're asking them for what's in their picture album. To summarize, more or less, choice theory, the psychology for personal freedom, talks about 3 influences on motivation. The first one is externally, other people. Not too much fun, but there are times if you've got a 3-year-old heading to the street and a car is coming, you're going to run and use external control and pull them in off the road. Then there's genetic, driven to satisfy 5 basic needs, comes from within, and our internal values, standards, and beliefs. This is what human motivation is all about. Just in closing, this is a choice theory in communication. And really, it's the reality therapy process. It's about creating a relationship with the people you want to communicate, find out what it is that they want, find out what they've been doing to get what they want, find out if it's taken them in the direction that they want to go, and find out if they're interested in doing something else. And that pretty much concludes my presentation for this evening. I'd like to thank everybody for coming. I hope that it's useful to you and that you will reach out if you have any other questions.
All right, thank All right, thank you very much, Madam Maureen, for delivering such informative and interesting presentation. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have now arrived to the question and answer session. So, there are a few questions here that I can see. So, the first question here would be, all right, this is the one. So, Madam Maureen, you mentioned about the level of needs for the aspects that you have already you have already discussed in during your presentation earlier on. So, how will we be able to gauge the level of needs on the aspects that were mentioned just now? How will we be able to know whether or not that that child or that teen have that level 1 or level 2, or is it level 5 on the aspects that you mentioned just now?
Thank you, Miss Jenny. That's a very interesting question, and it's rather difficult to answer on the one hand. But Dr. Glasser said that we can evaluate for ourselves how much we need on an ongoing basis. So if a need is not being met, we will behave to try to get that need met. But if it is being met, we probably won't see much of a change in behavior. So it's difficult to tell without really talking with an individual how much they actually need at the time. Now, there are some assessments around. On William Glasser International website, there is an assessment that you can do for the basic needs. It's a rather long one, but I think in order to, you would have to ask really the students and yourselves, how much do you think that child needs? I mean, now that you have this information, you may look at them differently and say, wow, he's always doing this, he's always into that, he seems to be very creative, and he doesn't want to be bothered because he's always creating something. Well, that child has a high need for freedom. He needs to be free to create and use his curiosity. Another child may be very disruptive in the classroom, may want recognition, may want to, but it may not be that. It may be that their need for love and belonging is not being met. So it's really difficult to determine, but at the same time, I think when you work closely with youth and you get to know your youth, and that's why relationships are so important, you can ask them how much they think they need. In fact, in Beaverbrook School, we used to use little buckets, and the children would color in the bucket. How much do you think you need on an ongoing basis? And they would fill in the bucket, and then every day they would compare. They'd have another set of buckets that they would color in, saying whether or not that need was met that morning.
All right, thank you, Doctor. So the next question that we have here will be this one. Okay, so what are the impacts on children when this theory is being applied? How can it? What are the effects on the children if teachers or, for example, the counselors at schools when they apply this choice theory to the children?
Yeah, the impact is huge. I think when we build relationships with youth, really our goal as educators is to get children to like to learn. And if we're using punishment, if we're using rewards or the deadly habits, the last thing you want to do is learn. You want to get your hours in and get out of there. But in a school where these ideas are applied, the children love to go to school. And when we were working at Beaverbrook School doing this, the kids cried when summer came. They didn't want to have summer break. They wanted to stay in school. They loved going to school. In fact, the children's lives changed so much, the parents started coming and saying, what are you doing? We want to learn this too. And you know, there's several schools around the world. There's one in particular in Columbia, Rochester School, where these ideas are used day in and day out. And when children love to learn and they have fun while learning, they can't help but grow into healthy, evolved adults. And that doesn't, and they also have to take responsibility too. That doesn't mean we're saying they get away with everything. We have to hold them responsible as well. But we do that in a caring way and by asking them to evaluate for themselves whether their current behavior is working and whether it's taking them in the direction that they want to go. I hope that answers the question, Jenny.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam. And then we have one more question here.
Okay.
All right, so here we go. Why does rewarding is considered as one of the seven deadly habits? So I think, when we talk about rewarding, most of us would be thinking that a rewarding should be something that's very positive because, we are rewarding them for the good behaviors or the good attitudes that they show in classroom. So when you mentioned that rewarding is one of the seven deadly habits, then people will be questioning, oh, why would that be? So yeah.
Yeah. That's a very common question. We get that a lot. It's only when we're rewarding somebody in an attempt to control them. And maybe the best way I can explain this is to give you a simple little story of my own experience working in health. At one point, our managers, our administration provincially decided that at the end of next year, if we exceeded expectations in the workplace, we would get a bump up in pay. And our particular section of the province, our managers told us in our section, there will be no raise in pay for anybody that tries to exceed expectations. You're doing your work and we expect you to work as well as you have been all along, and we don't want that to change. But what happened was, across the province, people started working towards the reward. And it wasn't about working with people anymore. It wasn't about dealing with the work. It was about getting the reward, and the focus became the reward. So that didn't last any more than a year. And when somebody got an increase in pay, and mark exceeds expectation, when somebody else in the province did exactly the same work or maybe even better and was denied the reward, it created a lot of resentment. So that's why rewards are seen as an attempt to control, more like bribery. Think of it that way. Yes, rewards are good in a certain sense. Like you play sports, you get a reward for it. You get you get rewards for all kinds of things, but they can be very positive. But what I'm talking about now is when we're trying to bribe somebody. You give a child a bicycle for grading, and next year he wants a motorcycle because it just gets bigger.
All right, thank you very much, madam. And I have one more last. I think this will be the last question. Okay, so we talk about just now, madam, you mentioned about this total behavior where there were four aspects were involved, which are the feeling, thinking, physiology, and doing. And then you talk about how this total behavior, this aspect, is related to sexual health and relationship. So when it comes to children in the classroom, okay, so children in classroom, when they are still kids, how can we train them to apply this total behavior aspect when it comes to making decisions, whether or not in their relationship with the teachers or maybe relationships between them and the peers and their friends? So how can we train them? Because pupils, they might have that aspect within them, but they might not know how to use it or apply it in their lives. So yeah.
Yeah. I think first we have to teach them the whole concept of total behavior. As I said during the talk, we can't help how we feel and we can't help what goes on physically, but we do have more control over the way we think, and we certainly have control over what we do. So let's take two children in conflict on the playground, and the teacher sees them fighting, and they stop them and they say, "What's going on? Tell me the story." And they start blaming each other. And the teacher just says, no, I want to hear what happened. And then, they take them to a solving room where they figure out what they're going to do about it. And everything has to be positive in that space. They have to look at what they were feeling, what was going on physically for them, what their thoughts were, and what they were doing. And, we only behave to get what we want. So that behavior now becomes the best behavior we have at the time based on everything we know. So if we can teach them, look, you have this feeling, yes, your heart was racing, but you were thinking this. Is there some other way that you could think about that? And when you did this, is there something different you could do? So I'll give you a little example. One day, my grandkids were here and my two grandsons were playing chess. And my granddaughter was small at the time, and she decided that she wanted to play with them, but she didn't say so. She just went over and started shaking their chessboard. And of course, the boys got upset. And I took my granddaughter aside and I said, "Listen, what is it that you want that you're not getting by shaking the chessboard?" And she said, "I only want them to play with me too." Well, I said, "Did shaking the chessboard work for you?" "No." "Well, was there something else that you could do you think, that might work better?" And she looked at me. I think she was 8 at the time. She said, "Maybe I could ask them nicely?" I said, "Sure. Do you think that would work?" "Maybe." And it diffused the situation at the time because she understood that she was interrupting their game, and it wasn't the best behavior at all. So we really need the communication process to go along with the total behavior to be able to teach this. I suggest that you get a copy of Choice Theory, read it. I used to have a teacher who used to say, read, mark, learn, and inwardly digest. And that's what I suggest in terms of choice theory. There's a lot to it. It's very simple, but there really is a lot to it.
Yeah. All right. Okay, thank you very much, madam, for your answer. Yes, I believe that communication is very important when it comes to choice theory, because I can see that from the answers that Madam has given to us for the 4 questions that I've mentioned, that I've asked just now, most of it require us to to have a very good questioning skill, so that when we ask them how they feel, what do they think, they will be able to respond to us in a way that is directed to a positive outcome. Okay, so yes, thank you very much, Madam. Thank you very much for such meaningful and insightful answers. So I hope that through today's sharing, all of you, including myself, we have learned something new to be incorporated in our teaching and learning sessions, and also in our counseling skills, because I believe that as teachers, we are not only confined in teaching and learning also, but we are also take a responsibility in terms of doing counseling with our pupils too. Okay, right. So thank you very much, Madam Maureen, for your time with us. And thank you to all the viewers here. I can see your comments here. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you very much for your positive comments today. And thank you for your participation as well. And yeah, that's all for today. And we are going to get ready for our next slot. Thank you very much, Madam Maureen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jenny.
All right.
Majlis merakamkan ucapan terima kasih kepada Profesor Dr. Maureen Craig McIntosh atas ucap tama itu tadi. Para hadirin yang dihormati, seterusnya kita beralih ke sesi plenary 2. Majlis mempersilakan Datuk Dr. Chiam Heng Keng. Untuk itu, majlis diserahkan kepada moderator untuk merungkap dan merungkai Bidang 3, Language and Art. Dipersilakan.
Thank you to our MC. Honorable Dr. Chiam Heng Keng, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you to this colloquium. In this session, we would like to have a presentation from Dr. Chiam Heng Keng. Before the presentation begins, allow us to introduce the presenter. She is currently chairs the Committee for the Children under Remand and is involved in several early childhood curriculum development, such as early learning and development standards for children before 4 years of age, verification of early learning and development standards for children below 4 years, and assessment of preschool children. Her experiences: she was the former professional or professor of social psychology in the University of Malaya, and she is well-known authority in child development and early childhood education, and is regarded by many of the foremost authority in early childhood education in Malaysia. She was a member of the board of directors of the National Population and Family Development, member of the Independent Inquiry Committee into Student Segregation, Ministry of Education in 2002. In 2010, she was invited by the Performance Management and Delivery Unit, Pemandu, in the Prime Minister Department to be a participant in the National Key Economics Areas (NKEA) under the Economic Transformation Program for the preschool education, which was later extended to early child care education. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we would like to welcome Dr. Chiam Heng Keng to deliver the presentation entitled Early Childhood Education in Malaysia, a Holistic Approach.
Thank you very much, Kamel, for the kind introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, let me present to you what I've been invited to speak on, early child education in Malaysia, a holistic approach. This presentation explains the need for early childhood for early childhood education to focus on the development of the whole child, especially during the current tiring times and beyond in the 21st century. The contents of this presentation consists of what does holistic early child education mean, holistic approach to child development, the need to balance the focus on academic achievement, why social emotional development is important, developing social and emotional skills in young children, mental health of young children during the pandemic lockdown and post-pandemic. The holistic early child care and education is highly essential during these tiring times. And lastly, but not least, the recommendations. Now, I would like to explain what do we mean by holistic early child education. It refers to the development of the whole child. And generally, development covers the following areas: physical health and motor development, social and emotional development, language and communication, cognitive development, and spiritual development, not in some cases. When we asked you, what is the philosophy of your preschool or kindergarten, or what is the philosophy of early child care and education, expectantly the answer will be the development of the whole child. But in reality, it may not be so, because even well-known early childhood models may state that philosophy in different ways, and underpinning this philosophy is their claim that the development is the development of the whole child. Yet, let me share with you some well-known examples. For example, Waldorf, Montessori. These two examples, like all other ECCE models or ECC education, still focus on development, or rather cognitive development remains the main component of the curriculum, and the other, like social emotional development, really take a second place, and or not being even given any place in the curriculum. So, ladies and gentlemen, what the holistic approach to child development and learning recognizes the connection of the mind, body, and spirit. In other words, you cannot separate them. Now, owing to the connectiveness of development of the developmental domains, intellectual or cognitive development and learning are affected by physical development. Example, stamina. For example, if the person is in ill health, the child cannot concentrate on what is being taught or the activities, or cannot participate in activity. And mental health, like fear, anxiety, self-esteem, confidence, and other emotional also affect their ability to learn. For example, if they're fearful, they're anxious, they cannot pay attention to what is being taught. Social skills, for example, they cannot work together, and they have problem in taking part in projects. And so this means that will also affect the learning. And lastly, there's moral and spiritual well-being, like truthfulness, honesty, and kindness. Because if a child have all these quality, normally they are popular, and that means they're able to share information, play with the playmates, and therefore their development is better than one that do not have these qualities. So continue with the approach to holistic child development. Early childhood educators need to pay attention to children's physical, social, emotional, spiritual, and personal well-being, as I explained earlier, how this affects even cognitive development and learning. What is also important is to pay less focus on traditional milestones of academic development, and pay more attention to the physical, emotional, and psychological well-being. And this is really being promoted by UNESCO as early as 2002. And the early child educators need also to address development and the needs of them in an integrated way. In other words, all these different areas, physical, social, emotional development, and cognitive development, must be in an integrated format and should not be taught as discrete skills. And early child educators, therefore, need to identify the attainment of the cognitive, physical, social, emotional, and ethical skills or development in the activity. In other words, they should not just state the cognitive in objective, but they should also state the objectives of the other area of development. So another one very important aspect is the early child educators need to role model the physical. In other words, they must be energetic. If the teacher is very lethargic, it doesn't give a good role model. And they must also exhibit that they have the social ability, like being courteous and say thank you. And the emotional, in other words, they are able to control, regulate the emotion and not just yell and scream at the children. And most importantly, they must also display moral, ethical behavior, such as being discriminating. In other words, they treat all children alike, irrespective of the social economic status, the ethnic background, and so forth, or even the ability. And what is also very important is that the early child educators must encourage the children to be able to work cooperatively, and also to encourage social fantasy play, because in fantasy play, the child was often be able will express the feeling, the fear. And if it's social, that means that in that fantasy play, they are able to interact with one another. And so therefore, increases or enhances their social and emotional skills. And lastly, the early child educators must be observant to see which are the children that need help, who are the children who need help. And they be able to must be empathetic. In other words, that they must help these children and not scold them for not being able to relate to one another or not being able to cooperate with their peers. So they must have that empathy to encourage children to have the skills. And I'm going to give you two examples of how to address children's development needs in an integrated way. And the second one is to how to identify not only the attainment of the cognitive development, but also the other areas of physical, social, emotional, and moral skills and ability in the activity that you conduct. So let us have the first example. And the first example on the theme is bread. And the topic is on counting grains and buns. And you can see from this objective that in the first three is on the cognitive aspect, which is to the number of symbols, the actual number of objects, recognize the symbol 1 to 5, and to name the symbols, and to count from 1 to 5 while teaching appropriate number at the same time. But the next 5 is actually on the social emotional, such as you can identify in this activity which are doing that they learn how to take turns. They learn how to regulate their own emotions by waiting for their turns, and they can discuss and negotiate turn taking, and that helps problem solving, and also to practice social responsibility by making sure that the materials after they've done the activity, they return to the appropriate place. And let me explain how it can be done. The activities will include of three things. A container consisting of maize seeds, a container of pictures of buns, and lastly labels, the labels containing card 1 to 5. Now in the table, I have not so in the children, four children to a table. Now, because of social distancing, they cannot all rush and get the material. So they can do it in two ways. Either in each table, the children will discuss who will go first to get the maize, and then who is next, and so the turn taking. Or if they want to do cooperatively, in the discuss who is to go and take the container of maize, who is going to take the container of buns, and who is going to take the label. So, and also they wait for the turn. So we can see that what is very important is that often in the activities, this social emotional skills are not emphasized. So if you identify the objectives, then they are identified. So you make sure that these skills are being enhanced or being taught to children. Second example, the second is on the theme of colors, and the topic is on counting colors of fruit and leaves. And again, the objectives, the first one is on cognitive. That's to recognize the color that indicate the maturity of this fruit. And the others are all on social emotional, how to dispose the discard of the fruit appropriately, and this is responsibility, and also regulation of emotion, to use the knife with care, and this will make social responsibility, cooperation, and so forth, to practice good manners, which is social skills, and to observe hygienic practices, which is health and cleanliness. So the materials will consist of 3 bananas in the various stage of ripening, a knife, plates, a pair of tongs, toothpicks, and garbage bin. So again, this table of 4 children, they will look at the 3 bananas will be actually placed on the table. They will discuss the colors and so forth. And next, the teacher will ask them to cut the bananas and see, and then they're asked to taste it. When they ask, first of all, when they cut, they take turns, and they also must learn how to hand the knife correctly to the neighbor, so that it will to the peers, so that they will not hurt the peers. So that is social responsibility. And when they take the cut banana onto the plate, they use a tongue. There's hygiene. And when they're going to taste it, they use a toothpick. And when like the unripe one will be very not nice, they're told not to just spit it out. That is bad manners, but how to remove it with the toothpick and put in the garbage bin. So these are again social responsibility. So you can enhance and teach the social skills in a very integrated way, as I showed in these 2 examples. Next one, please, Encik Kamal. Just to say that you can actually for the next one on leaves, you can actually take them to the garden. I will not have time to explain to you. Now, what is very important is to have a balanced curriculum to achieve the whole child development. Now, for the development of the whole child, it is very important that there's a balance. And not just focus on the academic achievement. So social skills to build interpersonal relationship, and emotional skills that is to manage one's emotion, are therefore very critical. They are needed by children for them for the long life. And also many research have shown that social skills, as I also pointed out to you earlier, affects cognitive learning. So, and also research have shown that mentally healthy children are happier, they're more motivated to learn, they're eager to participate in activity because they have the social skills that can interact, and so they have a lot of fun and joy in participating activity in working together. And so because peers, actually there's a lot of teaching among the peers, and because they're happier, they're more eager to learn, and definitely they will achieve higher academic success. And on the other hand, if children have emotional difficulties, for example, that they are rude, they're aggressive, and then they tend to be rejected by the peers. And when they're rejected, the peers have a low self-esteem, and the low self-esteem will affect the ability to learn, and to also, because of emotional problem, they cannot focus on what the teacher is doing or on the activities that they are carrying out. Next, please. So what is very important is know what do we mean by social emotional development. And what we must remember that when we talk about social emotional development in the early years, we are referring to the mental health of the child, as well as to the child's emerging capacity to experience, to regulate and express a whole range of experience. So if the child have problem, they're not able to experience like joy, satisfaction, they're not able to have self-control, that is to regulate the emotion, and they are not able to really express the feeling of anger in the correct way, and joy also in the correct way. And the second thing is that the children should have the ability to develop close and satisfying relationship with other children and adults. And the research has shown that even among adults, interpersonal relationship, successful one, is very important for the mental health of the individual. And so because they have this ability to interact and learn, definitely they will be actively involved in exploring the environment and to learn. Next, please. And why is social emotional development important? Firstly, you find that the whole context of the child, so the whole context of the child involves the child's surrounding, his emotional status, the relationship with others, and also his immediate needs. And all these four affect and modify how the child at any instant learn, particularly how they learn from the cognitive aspect. Therefore, the child's social emotional ability developed during the early years, such as ability to regulate emotion, ability to behave in appropriate way in interpersonal setting, affect his or her academic success, and also class adjustment. Class adjustment means you know how to relate to your peers, and also affect his or her social adjustment in adolescent and adulthood. In other words, is carried into the future. So what they learn in the early childhood is carried into adolescence and adulthood. And what is also important is that no, don't, you're too fast. I have not finished yet. Yeah, go back, please. What is also is the ability to build positive, as I earlier mentioned, interpersonal relationship. So on the other hand, poor social development result in frequent behavior for being aggressive, quarreling with their peers because they cannot get along with them, and in all kinds of behavior discipline. And also the child will be having problematic social as well as academic adjustment in later years. In other words, is again carried into the future. So all these, what I'm sharing with you, are actually are very well researched. As you can see below, I have cited some of the research that have been carried out in this area. Next, please. So you find that social emotional, what are this? When we talk about social skills, we are referring to the ability to get along with others and to create satisfying relationship. So, what is when we talk about emotional skills, we are actually referring to emotion intelligence, and this refers to the ability to identify and manage one's emotion, as well as not only you're able to identify your own emotion, but you're also aware of the feelings of others. So you're able to sympathize when you know that the person is not well, or when the person is unhappy, or when the person is ready to be to joke, and when it's the correct time to joke and when it's not the correct time to joke, right? So all these are very important in interpersonal relation, and that's why it is called emotional intelligence. Social and emotional skills are interrelated. The development of social skills affect the development of emotional skills and vice versa. For example, play is very important because play promotes the acquisition of self-control. Because as I show you in the example on the left-hand side, for the children to play, they must be able to control the anger, control the aggressiveness, because if they're angry or aggressive, the other children are not going to play with them. And the second, and so self-control enhances interpersonal ability. Secondly, play also promote good interactions with others and understanding the feelings. So for them to be able to have successful interaction, as I earlier mentioned, keep on mentioning, they're able to understand the feelings of the other people. I think even as adults, when we interact, we must know when, to act and when to share things and when not to. So therefore, what is very important is that to encourage social play, to encourage social interaction, because in social settings, besides the activities that they carry out in the school or in the preschool, or in the activities carried out in Tasca, social and emotional abilities are acquired. In other words, we should also encourage play besides the activity that carried out in the school or in Tasca or in Tadika. Yes, let me give you examples of social skills. Displaying empathy, as I earlier mentioned, cooperating, communicating. So communication is very important, because the child must be able to tell his friend, I don't like what you are doing, or can I share? Can I play with you? Can you share with me? So it has to be in the verbal as well as in the written form. So communication is very important social skills, because in written form, when you're writing, you must know what to write, know how to express your feelings. And showing non-verbal, being aware of non-verbal communication is important, because you can see from the child's body that what you say is not welcome. You can see from the face that when you take something without asking permission, he's not happy, he's not pleased. So and when you also, from the facial experience, you know when to say things. So the social the non-verbal skills is important. Listening is also important. Listening correctly what the person is telling you. So on the social emotional skills, and you see that I've used the same color to show, actually, Inchi Kamel, you can show the whole lot. I see the same color to show actually that are related. Now, showing display, to be able to display empathy means that you are able to also show affection to the other person. So it is only by showing the affection or your emotion, then you are able to display or the empathy is expressed. Now, in the case of cooperating, you need to be aware to cooperate. One of the skills is you must able to know the feelings of the other people. And also you must be able to have self-control and manage your own on emotions. So if everyone in that setting is able to control or manage emotion, then the play will be conducted effectively, and no one is going to be hurt emotionally or be offended. And so communicating, expressing feelings through words, as I earlier mentioned, is important. And when we talk about awareness and paying attention to and being observant, shows that you're aware of the non-verbal communication, you have the skills of listening. So again, you can see that that social emotional skills are very closely related. And now, developing social skills in young children, how do we develop social skills in young children? I want to emphasize again the importance of emphasizing, because social skills and motion skills are often neglected, and yet they are so important for the academic success of the child, for the adjustment of the child, not only while they're in Ataska or Tadika, but also lifelong. So the first thing is that social and emotional skills must be developed in any of the activities conducted. So don't just focus on the cognitive domain. Include the social, emotional, and moral and ethical. Now, I didn't explain moral ethical because the moral ethical is actually embedded in the social emotional. Because when you are talking about social responsibility, you are all talking about the ethical aspect. Because if you, let's example, you show you the knife when you correct way of getting handing the knife to your peer, you are actually being ethical, right? You're being ethical and not doing in a way that will hurt the child, the other person. Now, secondly, early childhood educators need to identify the social emotional skills in the activities to be achieved, as I've showed you in the two examples, the bread and the colors. Third, the early child educators need to identify. Another way to develop social and emotional skills is during sharing of story time. You discuss, when you tell the story, after that you discuss, identify what are the characteristics of the characters, and then and if there are the moral aspect of it, the character, why this is character is acceptable, why this is not. And then if they can follow by role play, and when you follow by role play is then what you discuss, the good characters, the bad characters, characteristics are then enhanced. So it is, and this is one way using story. When you're reading the story and followed by role play, they are they are a very good way of developing social emotional skills in children. And the other one is, as I mentioned earlier, that you have to provoke, not just always doing activities, but provide and create opportunities for fantasy, social fantasy play, and also to encourage cooperative play, and also to conduct project work, because all these skills are embedded in those activities. Now, what is also important is that the early childhood educators must role model. As I also mentioned, that the early child educators must be able to regulate their own emotions. They should not be highly strung and get very upset and uptight and get show their faces that they are angry, where at the slightest mistake children make. And also be very very aggressive in correcting wrong behavior or misbehavior. So the empathy is that should empathize those children who have social emotional problem or that lack in these skills. The courtesy of they show courtesy, and by showing this courtesy, children role model respect for others, particular discrimination, and which I'm afraid that I have observed that discrimination is quite rampant. Sometimes you may not say it, but by your non-verbal behavior, definitely it is displayed. And what is very important is to look at all aspects, even positively, even when you have a problem arises in the situation, look at it, how can I use this problem in this situation to create for the children to learn, to enhance learning. Displaying warmth, that one of the most important characteristic of early child educators, they must have a very warm personality. In other words, they love children, they love them, and they are pleased to be with them, and they have a very caring attitude. And lastly is that it's, as again I mentioned again, you must the early child educators must be observant to identify children who lack these social emotional skills, so that you can help them. And one of the problem children have with or those that lack the social skill is that they have difficulty in what we call play entry. In other words, they see children play, but they want to join in, but they do not. And they use sometimes very ways that irritate the other person. For example, they snatch the things from them, or they go and sit in the center of the play. And so that are very not very good way of trying to participate in the activity. So the teacher will need to demonstrate or to help the child, for example, how to enter play, and that will take a long time for me to explain. So I'll skip that the further explanation. Now, the next thing is the children's mental health. Is a very many research have shown that children during the lockdown and even now up post, many of them have mental health problem, even in Malaysia, and Malaysia is not excluded. So let me look at now the consequences of the pandemic lockdown. For example, isolated. The children are not do not have friends. They have to stay in the house, so they feel isolated. That they are deprived of physical activities. They cannot go out to play. So there's no outdoor activities. Then they have no contact with their peers. Many of them miss the peers, and then online classes. That's where the learning loss comes in, because there are areas where there's no internet connection. There are also childcare or tasker who do not conduct online courses. Then not all the online courses are effective. So there's definitely learning loss there. The increased time for those who have gadget, and this again affect the mental health, because the blue light is not very good for the children eyesight, and also in other the nerve and also their nerves. Fear of the coronavirus is very evident in the death of the loved ones during the lockdown, because suddenly the loved one is gone and they don't understand where have they gone, because they do not see and say goodbye to the loved ones. And abuse, child abuse, because the parents are frustrated themselves, has stress, and so it is. They have, I think, if I'm not mistaken, about 40%, if not mistaken, of increase in abuse in Malaysia. So therefore, it will affect, because of this, affect the children's mental health, the children emotion and behavior during the lockdown. For example, they are bored, they are frustrated because they cannot go out to play. They're irritated because they have no interesting activities. And this result, they get into mischief, they run around, they go and jump up and down, they miss their friends, so they are irritated. Then because of because of the anger, frustration that can be expressed in increased aggression, and at the same time, their fear of when the coronavirus is going away, and this of course increases anxiety, and all this result in stress. And this also can result in depression and listlessness. So even if you have a class online activity, they may not be interested at all, because they cannot concentrate, or because they are frustrated, or they are not motivated. And so this result in loss of interest in participating in the activity. Some of the fears and stress can be especially in very young kids, infrequent waking up in the night, or nightmare, and aggressive behavior, like suddenly they go back to the early years. They find that they wet themselves during the night, or they find that they cannot. They want to drink from the bottle and not from the cup, and so forth. And so you can see that because of this lockdown, and there are both the conduct problem as well as the emotion, and you also see that there are all these symptoms, emotional symptoms of mental health. And so the emotion experience during these can be lasting, and that means it will carry out when they go back to school. And post-trauma stress is very, in other words, the stress they have now will be carried not only to childhood, but also to the later years. Next, please. And the next one, I just to show you that, to share with you that, that many research, and what I cited here are only some example. Many research have shown of the mental health children suffering during the lockdown, as well as when they go back in post-lockdown. Next, please. Next, please. And so this is just to show that we talk about the emotions of children, but parents themselves also have emotions, and they're also frustrated because of the misbehavior of children, or the problems that children are having. Next, please. Can we show the next one? So no, back again. No, back to the one that of the parents. Yeah. So you find that what parents are frustrated because if they work from home. And I show you mothers, because normally the mothers are more frustrated than the father, because they are responsible for the balance. They may have to work at home, so that work commitment, that to manage the children, to help the children with their online activities. And so, they're stressed, and because of the stress, this stress can also be affect their children, the stress and the emotional makeup of the children. And so learning loss to COVID-19 pandemic. Just hold on there. Children, hold on, don't move. Learning loss to children, and so you find that they were learning loss because some children don't have online classes, especially those that or remote learning, especially those in the rural or small town area. And then as a result of it, some of them don't go to because there's no TASCA or TADICA, and so some of them now, when they at the moment in 2020. Some of them have lost 1 year of TADICA or 2 years. And so and when they go to school, when school reopened recently, they don't have the skills which normally they would have attained in TADICA. And then the lockdown, because of the uncertainties of opening and closing, so it affects the physical, social, emotional, result in social emotional setback, and therefore it affects the mental wellness of the child. And also when they go back, they have to wear a mask and social distancing and other SOP. So as a result of the loss, can we have the first one, Kamel? The first one. So as a result of this, the teachers in in TASCA tend to focus on the academic achievement to prepare them to make lost. Secondly, as a result of all this, on the concentration to make good the learning loss, then you find that all the mental problems, the social, emotional problems that they experience into the lockdown are not being addressed by the teachers. Thirdly, next, and then at the same time, the social and emotional, just hold on, the social emotional skills are compromised because they're wearing masks, they have social distancing, and so the social play which they normally will participate are not able to take place. So again, that means they are not, these social and emotional skills are therefore not able to be developed or enhanced because of the social distancing, and then they are not able to have cooperative play and so forth. So as a result, please, and I show you this the seesaw, because as a result of the concentration, so this, I think I don't have to explain. This seesaw explain what I'm trying to say. Next, please. So, and therefore I asked, is as a result of it, is holistic education, early child education possible? And my contention is this: it's not a question of whether holistic early child education is possible, because it is an essential need. If we know that in the early years, the first 5 years is where the foundations are laid down. The neurons are all the neurons that for the development of all the cognitive all the domains are there, are in the child. And if they are not used, then you find that the development will be much harder in later years. And if it is keep on not being developed, the child lost that altogether. And so there are problems with social interaction, they have difficulty in managing emotions and so forth. So it is not a matter of whether it is possible or not, but it is a need. Next, please. And therefore, the reason why I say holistic education is is important is because it is, you have to develop the whole child. You cannot just develop the head, and then you develop the head. It will be like Humpty Dumpty with a big head, not balanced. And when Humpty Dumpty fell down, they cannot put him back together again. So that is the imbalance. There's a difficulty, imbalance is detrimental to the child well-being, as I've shown you in the example of the Humpty Dumpty. So, and also I earlier mentioned that the cognitive development is affected by the other development, emotional, and if they are fearful, if they are anxious, they cannot concentrate. So the cognitive development is compromised. And and therefore, it is very important that the physical development, the health of the child, and the social emotional well-being of the child are very, very important. So next, please. Next, please. And therefore, to me, holistic development is not difficult, because earlier on we mentioned about the holistic development. It should be that social emotional development should be developed as part of the activities. It should be in a cognitive, social, emotional, physical, everything should be in an integrated learning format. And I've given you 2 examples how it can be done. And so it's not by discrete. So it's not something that is separate. It's not how to put all of them into one basket. Then the social emotional during this going back this time, social, because of the SOP, because of social distancing, and therefore what is important is you have to, the early child see how they can actually still have social interaction, although social distancing is observed, and how group work can still be done. So it is using your creativity, which is very important. And another aspect which is very important, and I keep on stressing, is that you have to be observant. You have to know what are the kind of social difficulties or the mental problem that the child the child is having, or the children are having, and then you need to address them, because if they are not addressed, the child development will definitely be compromised, and the future of the child will be much affected. Next, please. A developmentally appropriate. We talk about, the class, the lessons have to be developmentally appropriate. So your developmentally appropriate early child classroom must to be developmentally appropriate. The classroom must promote social and emotional learning and address them so that the poor mental health are being dealt effectively so that the child can have a good future. Next, please. And therefore, what is important is that what are some of the indicators of lack of mental health? Fear is very real. And it can be expressed, for example, like the child does not want to go out to the playground, the constant washing of hands, and this is also even is often exhibited by adults. The reluctance to test any materials, and if they don't want to touch any material, how can they learn? The loss of appetite, disinterest, they're not interested in carrying, and so they're demotivated. So how can they learn? And self-isolated, that means they don't want to mix with others and keep to themselves. How can they take part in cooperative play or in project? And regressive behavior affect particularly the children below 4 years of age. Sometimes they find that they cannot hold the cup properly, they spill, and they need help, even with drinking, with eating. Toilet accidents, they do not, but they're not aware when they need to go to the toilet, and when the time they go, it was too late. They cling on, they cry a lot, they cling on because they're fearful, and so forth. And so on the other side, which is a stress, which is very, very critical, because toxic stress can really affect the brain development. And so, like stress in aggressive behavior, the person become easily irritated. They cannot manage the problem. They they manage the emotion. They get into fight. They yell, scream. They're lethargic, not interested in activity. They have headache, their body pain, or they have no appetite, or they eat too much. So these are some of the indicators. I've not indicated all. Next, please. And therefore, the recommendations, scientific findings disclose that a proper foundation for the child's future development and well-being has to be built in the first 5 years of the child's life. Therefore, early child educators do play a very important role. And therefore, early child education must focus on the development of the whole child. And it must include in your activity, it must include the child physical, not only just the intellectual, but the physical, language, social, emotional, and spiritual or moral ethical development. It cannot be denied that child's mental health and well-being are dependent on the mental well-being, health, and mental well-being of the family. And therefore, it is important for the Taska and Tadika to work closely with their children's family, to have some idea of the mental health and the well-being of the home, because this will affect the well-being of the children. And then you'll be able to, in a shortcut way, know what are the likely problems that your children are facing. High-risk children, that when you identify this, the high-risk children must be identified, and it is in this way that you can identify very easily who are those high-risk children. And they have to be identified as early as possible so that appropriate action to be taken. As you all know, that any problem should be taken care, any form of illness should be taken, action should be taken as early as possible. And therefore, the early child educators, play a very important part in identifying the problem, because sometimes often parents are not able to spot the problem, also because they can be self-denial. They know it, but they self-deny it, right? So next, please. And many early child educators and staff themselves, I know that they are not well prepared. They don't to handle children with social emotional problems. Therefore, I would like to suggest that these that the early childhood educators be supported by the government by having well-trained child psychologists, pediatricians, and counselors who specialize in early in young children. To have a team of them, probably even at each state level, if not at even at district level, so they have a team of these experts or these people who are knowledgeable to help to provide support to both the public and private tasker. And I don't think it's that difficult to get this group of people because when they get together, and even this team can actually help and discuss, and they will able, and help the early child educators. Now, what is also probably can the government can do is to get a group of these experts to come together to draw up a list of problematic behavior and problematic conduct behavior and social emotional behavior. Not only they identify this list, but they also they provide tips of how the early childhood educators the tips for what they can do to help these children with conduct problem, because some of these minor ones can be handled at the tasker and tadika level and do not need the team that I mentioned earlier. And another one at the moment, it is not uncommon for tasker and tadika to give minimum attention to social emotional needs and development. And therefore, the government should strongly encourage them to address these social emotional needs. And by providing perhaps with suggestions with activities, or even with training to help them. And lastly, holistic early child care education is not an option because children need a proper balanced development for them to lead a well-adjusted, wholesome life in the 21st century. So these are not the problems that are going to face only in 2022, but it is going to be in the years that are to come. So next, please. So holistic early child education is the development of the whole child. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the informative and interesting talk given by Dr. Chiam. So now we have come to the question and answer sessions. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So we have one question here. Sorry, actually we have 3 questions. So we start with the first one. Okay. The first question is, what is the long-term consequences if we ignore the issues that currently happen to our early childhood education?
I think as I mentioned throughout the whole presentation, that that this lockdown definitely affect the social emotional problem. I think not only children, but even adults affected. So it's not.
Yeah, that's correct.
And you see, this, and we all know that the early years are the formative years. And if we don't address this problem, to make sure that they have, that these problems are addressed as soon as possible, it would definitely be carried out into adolescence, into middle years and middle childhood, that is the primary school. And then if during the primary school, again, emphasis is on the academic aspect and not on the social emotional aspect, it be carried into the adolescence. And adolescents, of course, they're not going to focus on social emotional, and it be carried on. And if, as we all know, that the mental health today, as we showed that even in Malaysia, showed that that the suicidal rate is increasing tremendously. If I've earlier mentioned, if I'm not mistaken, by 40% of, if more, during this period. And so, and this definitely demonstrates the importance of addressing the social emotional problem. It may not be societal, but it may also affect, even the married life. And so as a result, you have divorce rate, or the way that they bring up the children. They're going to bring up abusive children because they themselves do not know how to control the emotions and so forth, and do not know how to interact, form a good personal relationship, because children learn from observing the parents, so they learn through role modeling. So it is definitely, you can see definitely the consequences of not addressing the social emotional problem. We know that the learning loss is important. So I'm not saying that we don't address, but I'm saying is that don't focus on the learning loss itself, just focusing on the cognitive development. But the early child educators must observe and address the social emotional problem. And again, I say it's not difficult to include, to help children to acquire this social emotional well-being, by including the development of these skills in the activities, combine everything. I hope I answered that question, Encik Kamal.
Question, Dato'. Okay, so the second question is, okay, this one is quite simple question. Okay, how will early childhood educations prepare to children for the later years, for the year letters? How
Okay.
will? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, even though when we say we're not taking, even in the drastic or the COVID-19 pandemic, even we're not taking care of it, we all know that the early years, from the neuropsychological and neuroscientific findings, that a child is born with 1 billion neurons when they're birth. And so the early years, the formative years. So it is always my contention that the early child educators must be well trained. They must be properly trained, and I cannot, as I think I've been pushing this, and they must be very well trained. And unfortunately, I find that many of the training colleges and university, the lecturers themselves are not well trained in early child education. There are many of them they may have the theory, but they do not have the practice. So they give the theory, but they do not know how to give example, how to demonstrate how the theory can be practiced. And so as a result, that often I hear the principals of Tasca and Tadika say, no, these people have diploma in early childhood, have even bachelor, but they cannot handle a class, or they don't know how to deal with children. And so I appeal to the training colleges and university that you must make sure that your lecturers are not only well trained in their theory, but they must have hands-on practice. They must have hands-on practice. And one of the courses which is so critical is guiding young children. And many of the training colleges, they don't have that course. They have guidance and counseling. Children in the early years do not need guidance and counseling. We are not, they don't, we should not look at them as problems of children having problems. What they need is how to guide them. Some of the so-called misbehavior is not misbehavior, it's just that they're immature. Some of them they may push the child aside because they do not want know how to tell the child, please, can you move aside. They don't have the communication or the skills of communication to tell the child, tell the other person, the peer, what they don't, what they want the other peer to, the other friend or peer to do. And psychologists who are giving the course should also be well trained in how to guide children, and not to give them on just a psychology of development. Because psychology of development, if the students have a very good knowledge of child development, they still will not be able to guide the young child, because they may not know how to spot the problem. What is the problem? What is the source of the problem? So to solve any problem, the source of the problem is very important. So I'm sorry to bring this up. It is critical of me to bring it up. When we talk about preparing the children for the early years, so if our early childhood educators are well trained in well trained in the sense that they are what they said, they have a very good knowledge of guiding young children. They have very good knowledge of how to conduct classes where they integrate not only the cognitive aspect of it. They are talking about the child development. They've already integrated in it how to develop the other aspect, because you are talking about holistic development. Is not something new. It's something all along. So if they know, if the lecturers themselves know how to to provide activities, how to show what can be done, then I think our early child educators at this moment will have no problem. They will not have problems. So we won't have the kind of problem that we are facing today. I'm not saying that all, but I think a lot of them, many of them are having, because they do not know how to deal with the social, emotional, or the mental problem that the children are encountering today.
Okay. Okay, Dato'. So we go to our last question for this Q&A session. What is the biggest challenge that we are facing with regards to the issues and solutions in teaching and learning in early childhood education? The
I think
biggest.
the greatest challenge is that society does not value the importance of early child educators. Most of them say, "Oh, on the job training." On the job training will not give you the strong background in the theories and how to use this knowledge of theory to implement the activities and help the children when they are handling them. So that's why we find that parents don't appreciate the early child educators, and many of the parents even regard childcare providers as maids, But it is more important, and therefore you find that, I'm sorry to say that even the courses of now they have what is that Permata program, that's not enough. They need, in fact, the younger the children that they are dealing with, the more training, the greater is the need for proper training, because they are really dealing with life. They're really dealing with the foundation. It's like building the house. If they stop like a twin tower, if don't have the experts to lay the foundation, to dig and see how far they have to go down into the ground, what kind of materials they have to use, what kind of cement they have to use to build the foundation before they build up the tower. I think when the strong wind comes, when the whole the people fill up the tower is going to collapse. So in other words, what I'm trying to say, if they don't have a strong foundation, when children meet stress, when they meet a problem, they will collapse because they do not know how to deal with the problem. So it is the early child educators that with a strong, good foundation, that the early child educators will build with a knowledge and the foundations. So the child will build on the cognitive. Later years, they build on the cognitive. Later year, they build on the social emotional skills. They build on all the ethical values. If you teach them later on at the ethical values, they've already is ingrained. So if they're dishonest, they're going to be dishonest throughout their life. They're not going to, they can change, but it's going to be with great difficulty. So I think the greatest change is how we can change the mindset of our society, the mindset of our government, the mindset of our parents, the mindset of even the early child educators. They need to have good knowledge of how to deal with children from all aspects.
Okay, fantastic. All right, thank you, Dato'. So that's the end of our Q&A sessions. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, finally, we have come to the end part of our presentation. We would like to say thanks again to our speaker, Dr. Chiam Heng Keng, for the informative, interesting talk to the audience and for the active participant. Hopefully, the presentation will be beneficial for everyone. Thank you for your attention and good day, everyone.
Mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Dr. Chiam Heng Keng atas sesi plenary 2 sebentar tadi. Hari ini merupakan hari kedua E-Colloquium Pendidikan Antarabangsa Pejabat Pendidikan Daerah Miri tahun 2022. Untuk makluman hadirin, majlis ini dipancarkan terus secara langsung menerusi laman Facebook dan channel YouTube rasmi PPD Miri. Sementara itu, para peserta boleh mendaftar kehadiran dengan mengimbas QR Code yang dipaparkan pada layar skrin. Kini, sesi pembentangan diteruskan lagi mengikut 4 sidang selari, iaitu yang pertama, International Special Education Early Childhood, Tesl, etc. Yang kedua, STEM, Science, Technology, Engineering, Mathematics. Yang ketiga, Language and Arts. Manakala yang keempat, ada Management, Discipline, Counseling, etc.
beats music. Wave beats music. Wave beats music. Wave beats music. Beats Music. Wave Beats Music. Wave Beats Music. Wave Beats Music. music. Beats Music.
Momen belum hujung bulan lagi, tapi korang buka akaun tinggal RM50 je. Apa nak buat RM50 ni? Makan cukup ke? Nak berjuli lagi cukup ke? Sebenarnya paling senang untuk kita elakkan daripada berlaku momen yang macam ni ialah kita asingkan duit kita. Masuk je gaji, kita letak kat satu akaun. Lepas tu kita asingkan untuk expenses satu akaun, untuk simpanan satu akaun, untuk duit runcit satu lagi akaun. Alang-alang kita memang nak manage our money wisely, baiklah kita masuk duit gaji kita dekat dalam akaun Al-Awfar, yang mana kalau korang masukkan gaji dekat dalam tu, korang juga boleh menang cabutan bertuah jom pindah gaji. Tiap-tiap bulan cabutan bertuah dia grand prize boleh dapat RM50,000, second prize RM25,000, third prize RM15,000, dan paling busuk pun korang boleh menang hadiah sagu hati yang diberikan kepada 10 orang bernilai RM1,000 setiap seorang. Maksudnya tiap-tiap bulan ada 13 orang pemenang, setahun 156 orang pemenang. So korang bayangkan berapa banyak chances yang korang ada untuk menang cabutan bertuah ni. Menarik kan? So nak buka akaun ni simple je. Korang pergi je branch Bank Islam yang terdekat, ataupun sekarang ni semua online. Korang just pergi dekat www.vao.bankislam.com.my. Kat situ korang fill in all the details. Tulis kat situ korang nak buka akaun Al-Awfar. Lepas tu submit. Nanti korang pergi ke branch yang terdekat untuk ambil kad korang. Bila dah buka akaun Al-Awfar, korang pergi dekat HR company korang, cakap je nak tukar akaun gaji daripada bank yang dulu kepada akaun Al-Awfar Bank Islam yang baru ni. Last step yang korang kena buat, korang cuma perlu inform Bank Islam sama ada call 0326900900 atau pergi branch yang terdekat yang korang dah menggunakan akaun Al-Awfar korang ni sebagai akaun gaji. Dari situ, pegawai bank tu boleh register nama dan akaun korang untuk cabutan bertuah jom pindah gaji ni tiap-tiap bulan. Sebenarnya, jom pindah gaji cuma salah satu cabutan bertuah yang ada dalam akaun Al-Awfar. Dalam masa yang sama, korang boleh menang banyak lagi hadiah yang lain. Antaranya, hadiah RM1,000,000, package umrah dan macam-macam lagi. Untuk tahu lebih lanjut, boleh layari www.bankislam.com.
Gadget-gadget canggih. Wah. Lagi? Hadiah percutian di tempat menarik. Atau pakej menunaikan umrah. Alhamdulillah. Kau juga boleh menang kereta mewah. Wow. Dan paling gempak, kau boleh menang RM1 juta, bro.
Wow, ini sudah lebih.
Relax, cara senang kan ada.
Tak perlu pening lagi. Layari laman web Bank Islam sekarang. Lebih cepat, lebih jimat.
Rasanya dah tiba masa untuk saya beli kereta. Tapi nak beli kereta yang mana ya? Yang ini atau yang ini? Saya juga kena tahu kelayakan. Berapa jumlah pembiayaan, kadar keuntungan, bayaran bulanan. Kejap. Saya ni baru je dapat kerja. Slip gaji pun tak ada lagi. Boleh ke mohon pembiayaan kenderaan? Nasib baik terjumpa pelan pembiayaan kenderaan I Bank Islam. Melalui program Grad Hits, lepasan ijazah seperti saya pun boleh dapatkan pembiayaan. Tak perlu slip gaji pun kalau kerja kurang dari 1 bulan. Hanya perlu surat tawaran pekerjaan serta salinan scroll atau transkrip. Yang menariknya, saya boleh dapat pembiayaan sehingga 100% daripada harga kereta. Bestnya! Tahu tak, selain kenderaan nasional, Bank Islam juga ada pembiayaan untuk kenderaan bukan nasional dan unregistered recondition. Biasanya orang panggil kereta recon. Pembiayaan pastinya patuh syariah dan kadar yang ditawarkan pun kompetitif. Kalau berlaku benda yang tak diingini ke atas saya, macam mana? Jangan risau, terdapat juga pilihan pelan perlindungan takaful atas semua pembiayaan yang berbaki. Wah, patutlah ramai yang pilih Bank Islam. Nak lebih info lagi, layari easyaccess.bankislam.com.my dan masukkan maklumat anda. Bank Islam akan hubungi anda semula atau imbas kod QR ini dan layari www.bankislam.com. Saya tak perlu risau jika kekurangan tunai dalam dompet. Lebih mudah dan pantas bila guna kad debit I untuk berbelanja di mana je. Kad debit ini ringkas. Bila saya menggunakannya, jumlah yang saya bayar akan ditolak terus daripada baki dalam akaun simpanan. Tapi pernah juga bila nak bayar, duit dalam akaun pula tak cukup. Nasib baiklah saya ada kad kredit I Bank Islam. Dengan kad kredit I Bank Islam, saya terus boleh membuat apa-apa perbelanjaan. Penggunaan kad akan ditolak dari jumlah pembiayaan. Setiap bulan, saya akan terima penyata kad kredit I. Saya hanya perlu semak transaksi yang disenaraikan dan bayar baki penyata sebelum atau pada tarikh matang. Kenapa saya pilih kad kredit I Bank Islam? Sebab tiada charge keuntungan berganda. Dan jika bayar penuh baki penyata, saya takkan dikenakan charge keuntungan langsung. Kalau saya membuat pembayaran minimum atau kurang daripada penyata kad bulanan, charge keuntungan hanya dikira berdasarkan amount prinsipal yang telah digunakan. Yuran tahunan juga akan dikecualikan bila guna kad kredit I minimum 12 kali dalam setahun. Dengan True Rewards, saya dapat mata ganjaran True Points apabila berbelanja dan saya boleh tebus pelbagai barangan dan voucher yang ditawarkan. Apabila buat pembelian RM1,000 ke atas, saya boleh melanggan pelan ansuran transaksi runcit RSVP yang mana saya boleh memanjangkan tempoh bayaran ansuran pada 6 bulan ke, 9 bulan ke dan lebih lagi. Ada banyak lagi kemudahan kad kredit I Bank Islam ni. Pengeluaran tunai, pindahan baki dan pelan perlindungan takaful percuma. Menarik kan? Nak tahu lebih lagi, layari easyaccess.bankislam.com.my dan masukkan maklumat. Pegawai Bank Islam akan hubungi anda semula atau imbas kod QR ini dan layari bankislam.com. Anda berminat memiliki rumah Apabila dah beberapa tahun bekerja, saya pun bercita-cita nak ada rumah sendiri. Selain memikirkan jenis rumah, lokasi dan harga, saya juga runsing memilih bank yang menawarkan pembiayaan yang sesuai. Yalah, saya nakkan margin pembiayaan tinggi, kadar pun okey dan yang paling penting, patuh syariah. Nasib baik saya jumpa pelan pembiayaan rumah by TI Bank Islam. Bank Islam menawarkan pembiayaan pada kadar kompetitif dan pastinya patuh syariah. Saya juga boleh dapat pembiayaan sehingga 100% melalui skim rumah pertamaku. Syoknya! Lagipun, sebagai kaki tangan kerajaan, saya boleh memohon pembiayaan bersama pasangan melalui skim Bank Islam LPPSA untuk memiliki rumah idaman yang lebih mahal. Hanya bawa surat tawaran daripada LPPSA ke cawangan Bank Islam. Senang kan? Selain itu, ada juga pelan pembiayaan semula rumah Wahdah I. Pelan ini sesuai untuk anda yang ingin dapatkan lebihan tunai dengan membiayai semula rumah mengikut harga pasaran semasa. Dengan duit lebih ni, anda boleh buat pelbagai rancangan kewangan seperti penyelesaian hutang, pelan persaraan, kos pendidikan atau perubatan, mengubah suai rumah dan lain-lain lagi. Terpulanglah pada anda. Sudah tentu, banyak kelebihan dengan pembiayaan rumah Bank Islam. Margin pembiayaan menarik, tempoh pembiayaan panjang selama 35 tahun atau sehingga umur 70 tahun, tiada lock-in period, tiada penalti untuk penyelesaian awal, tiada yuran pemprosesan, tiada elemen compounding, tiada charge tersembunyi. Nak tahu lebih lagi, layari easyaccess.bankislam.com.my dan masukkan maklumat. Pegawai Bank Islam akan hubungi anda semula. Atau imbas kod QR ini dan layari bankislam.com. Pernah tak anda buat kesilapan dalam merancang kewangan? Saya pun sama. Semakin banyak duit, semakin banyaklah komitmen beranak-anak. Macam bayaran kos pendidikan, pinjaman koperasi atau hutang-hutang lain dengan kadar keuntungan yang tinggi. Setiap komitmen ini kadarnya berbeza-beza. Setiap bulan kena bayar satu-satu. Leceh tak? Jangan risau. Gabungkan semuanya dalam pelan pembiayaan peribadi I Bank Islam. Melalui pelan ini, anda boleh satukan semua komitmen tadi pada kadar kompetitif. Kadar yang dikenakan pun jadi satu dan nak buat pembayaran pun senang. Pastinya lebih jimat, lebih mudah. Dengan pembiayaan peribadi I Bank Islam, anda boleh mohon amount pembiayaan sehingga RM300,000 dan tempoh pembiayaan sehingga 10 tahun. Pandai-pandailah rancang ikut bajet sendiri. Yang menariknya, ada pilihan pelindungan takaful atas baki pembiayaan dan anda tak perlukan garantor. Bukan itu saja, anda juga boleh sertai macam-macam kempen yang diadakan untuk pelanggan Bank Islam. Wah, banyaknya hadiah. Jadi, rancanglah kewangan anda dengan bijak bermula hari ini. Ingat, apabila gagal merancang, kita merancang untuk gagal. Nak tahu lebih lagi, layari easyaccess.bankislam.com.my dan masukkan maklumat. Pegawai Bank Islam akan hubungi anda semula. Atau imbas kod QR ini dan layari bankislam.com.
Many parents worry financially to fund their children's higher education, and students uncertain about the program that will give them a future. Worry no more. At KLT we offer up to 100% scholarship, and the programs offer are what the industry needs. Let us help you to ease your mind from study loan and the uncertainty about your future pathway.
Korang pernah ada tak momen-momen belum hujung bulan lagi tapi korang buka akaun tinggal RM50 je? Apa nak buat RM50 ni? Makan cukup ke? Nak berjuli lagi cukup ke? Sebenarnya paling senang untuk kita elakkan daripada berlaku momen yang macam ni ialah kita asingkan duit kita. Masuk je gaji, kita letak kat satu akaun, lepas tu kita asingkan untuk expenses satu akaun, untuk simpanan satu akaun, untuk duit runcit satu lagi akaun. Alang-alang kita memang nak manage our money wisely, baiklah kita masukkan duit gaji kita dekat dalam akaun Al-Awfar, yang mana kalau korang masukkan gaji dekat dalam tu, korang juga boleh menang cabutan bertuah jom pindah gaji. Tiap-tiap bulan cabutan bertuah dia grand prize boleh dapat RM50,000. Second prize RM25,000. Third prize RM15,000. Dan paling busuk pun korang boleh menang hadiah sagu hati yang diberikan kepada 10 orang bernilai RM1,000 setiap seorang. Maksudnya tiap-tiap bulan ada 13 orang pemenang, setahun 156 orang pemenang. So korang bayangkan berapa banyak chances yang korang ada untuk menang cabutan bertuah ni. Menarik kan? So nak buka akaun ni simple je. Korang pergi je branch bank Islam yang terdekat, ataupun sekarang ni semua online. Korang just pergi dekat www.vao.bankislam.com.my. Kat situ korang fill in all the details. Tulis kat situ korang nak buka akaun Al-Awfar. Lepas tu submit. Nanti korang pergi ke branch yang terdekat untuk ambil kad korang. Bila dah buka akaun Al-Awfar, korang pergi dekat HR company korang, cakap je nak tukar akaun gaji daripada bank yang dulu kepada akaun Al-Awfar Bank Islam yang baru ni. Last step yang korang kena buat, korang cuma perlu inform Bank Islam sama ada call 0326900900 atau pergi branch yang terdekat yang korang dah menggunakan akaun Al-Awfar korang ni sebagai akaun gaji. Dari situ, pegawai bank tu boleh register nama dan akaun korang untuk cabutan bertuah jom pindah gaji ni tiap-tiap bulan. Sebenarnya, jom pindah gaji cuma salah satu cabutan bertuah yang ada dalam akaun Al-Awfar. Dalam masa yang sama, korang boleh menang banyak lagi hadiah yang lain. Antaranya, hadiah RM1,000,000, package umrah dan macam-macam lagi. Untuk tahu lebih lanjut, boleh layari www.bankislam.com.
Hadiah apa? Gadget-gadget canggih. Wow. Lagi? Hadiah percutian di tempat menarik. Atau pakej menunaikan umrah. Alhamdulillah. Kau juga boleh menang kereta mewah. Wow. Dan paling gempak, kau boleh menang RM1 juta, bro.
Wow, ini sudah lebih. Relax, cara senang kan ada. Tak perlu pening lagi. Layari laman web Bank Islam sekarang. Lebih cepat, lebih jimat.
Rasanya dah tiba masa untuk saya beli kereta. Tapi nak beli kereta yang mana ya? Yang ini atau yang ini? Saya juga kena tahu kelayakan. Berapa jumlah pembiayaan, kadar keuntungan, bayaran bulanan. Kejap. Saya ni baru je dapat kerja. Slip gaji pun tak ada lagi. Boleh ke mohon pembiayaan kenderaan? Nasib baik terjumpa pelan pembiayaan kenderaan I Bank Islam. Melalui program Grad Hits, lepasan ijazah seperti saya pun boleh dapatkan pembiayaan. Tak perlu slip gaji pun kalau kerja kurang dari 1 bulan. Hanya perlu surat tawaran pekerjaan serta salinan scroll atau transkrip. Yang menariknya, saya boleh dapat pembiayaan sehingga 100% daripada harga kereta. Bestnya! Tahu tak, selain kenderaan nasional, Bank Islam juga ada pembiayaan untuk kenderaan bukan nasional dan unregistered recondition. Biasanya orang panggil kereta recon. Pembiayaan pastinya patuh syariah dan kadar yang ditawarkan pun kompetitif. Kalau berlaku benda yang tak diingini ke atas saya, macam mana? Jangan risau, terdapat juga pilihan pelan pelindungan takaful atas semua pembiayaan yang berbaki. Wah, patutlah ramai yang pilih Bank Islam. Nak lebih info lagi, layari easyaccess.bankislam.com.my dan masukkan maklumat anda. Bank Islam akan hubungi anda semula atau imbas kod QR ini dan layari www.bankislam.com. Saya tak perlu risau jika kekurangan tunai dalam dompet. Lebih mudah dan pantas bila guna kad debit AIB untuk berbelanja di mana je. Kad debit ini ringkas. Bila saya menggunakannya, jumlah yang saya bayar akan ditolak terus daripada baki dalam akaun simpanan. Tapi pernah juga bila nak bayar, duit dalam akaun pula tak cukup. Nasib baiklah saya ada kad kredit AIB Bank Islam. Dengan kad kredit AIB Bank Islam, saya terus boleh membuat apa-apa perbelanjaan. Penggunaan kad akan ditolak dari jumlah pembiayaan. Setiap bulan, saya akan terima penyata kad kredit AIB. Saya hanya perlu semak transaksi yang disenaraikan dan bayar baki penyata sebelum atau pada tarikh matang. Kenapa saya pilih kad kredit AIB Bank Islam? Sebab tiada charge keuntungan berganda. Dan jika bayar penuh baki penyata, saya takkan dikenakan charge keuntungan langsung. Kalau saya membuat pembayaran minimum atau kurang daripada penyata kad bulanan, charge keuntungan hanya dikira berdasarkan amount prinsipal yang telah digunakan. Yuran tahunan juga akan dikecualikan bila guna kad kredit I minimum 12 kali dalam setahun. Dengan True Rewards, saya dapat mata ganjaran True Points apabila berbelanja dan saya boleh tebus pelbagai barangan dan voucher yang ditawarkan. Apabila buat pembelian runcit RM1,000 ke atas, saya boleh melanggan pelan ansuran transaksi runcit RSVP yang mana saya boleh memanjangkan tempoh bayaran ansuran pada 6 bulan ke, 9 bulan ke dan lebih lagi. Ada banyak lagi kemudahan kad kredit I Bank Islam ni. Pengeluaran tunai, pindahan baki dan pelan pelindungan takaful percuma. Menarik kan? Nak tahu lebih lagi, layari easyaccess.bankislam.com.my dan masukkan maklumat. Pegawai Bank Islam akan hubungi anda semula atau imbas kod QR ini dan layari bankislam.com. Anda berminat memiliki rumah? Apabila dah beberapa tahun bekerja, saya pun bercita-cita nak ada rumah sendiri. Selain memikirkan jenis rumah, lokasi dan harga, saya juga runsing memilih bank yang menawarkan pembiayaan yang sesuai. Yalah, saya nakkan margin pembiayaan tinggi, kadar pun okey dan yang paling penting, patuh syariah. Nasib baik saya jumpa pelan pembiayaan rumah by TI Bank Islam. Bank Islam menawarkan pembiayaan pada kadar kompetitif dan pastinya patuh syariah. Saya juga boleh dapat pembiayaan sehingga 100% melalui skim rumah pertamaku. Syoknya! Lagipun, sebagai kaki tangan kerajaan, saya boleh memohon pembiayaan bersama pasangan melalui skim Bank Islam LPPSA untuk memiliki rumah idaman yang lebih mahal. Hanya bawa surat tawaran daripada LPPSA ke cawangan Bank Islam. Senang kan? Selain itu, ada juga pelan pembiayaan semula rumah Wahdah I. Pelan ini sesuai untuk anda yang ingin dapatkan lebihan tunai dengan membiayai semula rumah mengikut harga pasaran semasa. Dengan duit lebih ni, anda boleh buat pelbagai rancangan kewangan seperti penyelesaian hutang, pelan persaraan, kos pendidikan atau perubatan, mengubah suai rumah dan lain-lain lagi. Terpulanglah pada anda. Sudah tentu, banyak kelebihan dengan pembiayaan rumah Bank Islam. Margin pembiayaan menarik, tempoh pembiayaan panjang selama 35 tahun atau sehingga umur 70 tahun, tiada lock-in period, tiada penalti untuk penyelesaian awal, tiada yuran pemprosesan, tiada elemen compounding, tiada charge tersembunyi. Nak tahu lebih lagi, layari easyaccess.bankislam.com.my dan masukkan maklumat. Pegawai Bank Islam akan hubungi anda semula atau imbas kod QR ini dan layari bankislam.com. Pernah tak anda buat kesilapan dalam merancang kewangan? Saya pun sama. Semakin banyak duit, semakin banyaklah komitmen beranak-anak. Macam bayaran kos pendidikan, pinjaman koperasi atau hutang-hutang lain dengan kadar keuntungan yang tinggi. Setiap komitmen ini kadarnya berbeza-beza. Setiap bulan kena bayar satu-satu. Leceh tak? Jangan risau. Gabungkan semuanya dalam pelan pembiayaan peribadi I Bank Islam. Melalui pelan ini, anda boleh satukan semua komitmen tadi pada kadar kompetitif. Kadar yang dikenakan pun jadi satu dan nak buat pembayaran pun senang. Pastinya lebih jimat, lebih mudah. Dengan pembiayaan peribadi I Bank Islam, anda boleh mohon amount pembiayaan sehingga RM300,000 dan tempoh pembiayaan sehingga 10 tahun. Pandai-pandailah rancang ikut bajet sendiri. Yang menariknya, ada pilihan pelindungan takaful atas baki pembiayaan dan anda tak perlukan garantor. Bukan itu saja, anda juga boleh sertai macam-macam kempen yang diadakan untuk pelanggan Bank Islam. Wah, banyaknya hadiah. Jadi, rancanglah kewangan anda dengan bijak bermula hari ini. Ingat, apabila gagal merancang, kita merancang untuk gagal. Nak tahu lebih lagi, layari easyaccess.bankislam.com.my dan masukkan maklumat. Pegawai Bank Islam akan hubungi anda semula atau imbas kod QR ini dan layari bankislam.com.
Many parents worry financially to fund their children higher education, and students uncertain about the program that will give them the future. Worry no more. At KLT we offer up to 100% scholarship, and the programs offer are what the industry needs. Let us help you to ease your mind from study loan and the uncertainty about your future pathway.
Korang pernah ada tak momen-momen belum hujung bulan lagi tapi korang buka akaun tinggal RM50 je? Apa nak buat RM50 ni? Makan cukup ke? Nak berjuli lagi cukup ke? Sebenarnya paling senang untuk kita elakkan daripada berlaku momen yang macam ni ialah kita asingkan duit kita. Masuk je gaji, kita letak kat satu akaun, lepas tu kita asingkan untuk expenses satu akaun, untuk simpanan satu akaun, untuk duit mencit satu lagi akaun. Alang-alang kita memang nak manage our money wisely, baiklah kita masukkan duit gaji kita dekat dalam akaun Al-Awfar, yang mana kalau korang masukkan gaji dekat dalam tu, korang juga boleh menang cabutan bertuah jom pindah gaji. Tiap-tiap bulan cabutan bertuah dia grand prize boleh dapat RM50,000, second prize RM25,000, third prize RM15,000, dan paling busuk pun korang boleh menang hadiah sagu hati yang diberikan kepada 10 orang bernilai RM1,000 setiap seorang. Maksudnya tiap-tiap bulan ada 13 orang pemenang, setahun 156 orang pemenang. So korang bayangkan berapa banyak chances yang korang ada untuk menang cabutan bertuah ni. Menarik kan? So nak buka akaun ni simple je. Korang pergi je branch bank Islam yang terdekat, ataupun sekarang ni semua online. Korang just pergi dekat www.vao.bankislam.com.my. Kat situ korang fill in all the details. Tulis kat situ korang nak buka akaun Al-Awfar. Lepas tu submit. Nanti korang pergi ke branch yang terdekat untuk ambil kad korang. Bila dah buka akaun Al-Awfar, korang pergi dekat HR company korang, cakap je nak tukar akaun gaji daripada bank yang dulu kepada akaun Al-Awfar Bank Islam yang baru ni. Last step yang korang kena buat, korang cuma perlu inform Bank Islam sama ada call 0326900900 atau pergi branch yang terdekat yang korang dah menggunakan akaun Al-Awfar korang ni sebagai akaun gaji. Dari situ, pegawai bank tu boleh register nama dan akaun korang untuk cabutan bertuah jom pindah gaji ni tiap-tiap bulan. Sebenarnya, jom pindah gaji cuma salah satu cabutan bertuah yang ada dalam akaun Al-Awfar. Dalam masa yang sama, korang boleh menang banyak lagi hadiah yang lain. Antaranya, hadiah RM1,000,000, package umrah dan macam-macam lagi. Untuk tahu lebih lanjut, boleh layari www.bankislam.com.
Hadiah apa? Gadget-gadget canggih. Wow. Lagi. Hadiah percutian di tempat menarik. Atau pakej menunaikan umrah. Alhamdulillah. Kau juga boleh menang kereta mewah. Wow. Dan paling gempak, kau boleh menang RM1 juta, bro.
Wow, ini sudah lebih. Relax, cara senang kan ada. Tak perlu pening lagi. Layari laman web Bank Islam sekarang. Lebih cepat, lebih jimat.
Rasanya dah tiba masa untuk saya beli kereta. Tapi nak beli kereta yang mana ya? Yang ini atau yang ini? Saya juga kena tahu kelayakan. Berapa jumlah pembiayaan, kadar keuntungan, bayaran bulanan. Kejap. Saya ni baru je dapat kerja. Slip gaji pun tak ada lagi. Boleh ke mohon pembiayaan kenderaan? Nasib baik terjumpa pelan pembiayaan kenderaan I Bank Islam. Melalui program Grad Hits, lepasan ijazah seperti saya pun boleh dapatkan pembiayaan. Tak perlu slip gaji pun kalau kerja kurang dari 1 bulan. Hanya perlu surat tawaran pekerjaan serta salinan scroll atau transkrip. Yang menariknya, saya boleh dapat pembiayaan sehingga 100% daripada harga kereta. Bestnya! Tahu tak, selain kenderaan nasional, Bank Islam juga ada pembiayaan untuk kenderaan bukan nasional dan unregistered recondition. Biasanya orang panggil kereta recon. Pembiayaan pastinya patuh syariah dan kadar yang ditawarkan pun kompetitif. Kalau berlaku benda yang tak diingini ke atas saya, macam mana? Jangan risau, terdapat juga pilihan pelan pelindungan takaful atas semua pembiayaan yang berbaki. Wah, patutlah ramai yang pilih Bank Islam. Nak lebih info lagi, layari easyaccess.bankislam.com.my dan masukkan maklumat anda. Bank Islam akan hubungi anda semula atau imbas kod QR ini dan layari www.bankislam.com. Saya tak perlu risau jika kekurangan tunai dalam dompet. Lebih mudah dan pantas bila guna kad debit AIB untuk berbelanja di mana je. Kad debit ini ringkas. Bila saya menggunakannya, jumlah yang saya bayar akan ditolak terus daripada baki dalam akaun simpanan. Tapi pernah juga bila nak bayar, duit dalam akaun pula tak cukup. Nasib baiklah saya ada kad kredit I Bank Islam. Dengan kad kredit I Bank Islam, saya terus boleh membuat apa-apa perbelanjaan. Penggunaan kad akan ditolak dari jumlah pembiayaan. Setiap bulan, saya akan terima penyata kad kredit I. Saya hanya perlu semak transaksi yang disenaraikan dan bayar baki penyata sebelum atau pada tarikh matang. Kenapa saya pilih kad kredit I Bank Islam? Sebab tiada charge keuntungan berganda. Dan jika bayar penuh baki penyata, saya takkan dikenakan charge keuntungan langsung. Kalau saya membuat pembayaran minimum atau kurang daripada penyata kad bulanan, charge keuntungan hanya dikira berdasarkan amount principal yang telah digunakan. Yuran tahunan juga akan dikecualikan bila guna kad kredit I minimum 12 kali dalam setahun. Dengan True Rewards, saya dapat mata ganjaran True Points apabila berbelanja dan saya boleh tebus pelbagai barangan dan voucher yang ditawarkan. Apabila buat pembelian runcit RM1,000 ke atas, saya boleh melanggan pelan ansuran transaksi runcit RSVP yang mana saya boleh memanjangkan tempoh bayaran ansuran pada 6 bulan ke, 9 bulan ke dan lebih lagi. Ada banyak lagi kemudahan kad kredit I Bank Islam ni. Pengeluaran tunai, pindahan baki dan pelan pelindungan takaful percuma. Menarik kan? Nak tahu lebih lagi, layari easyaccess.bankislam.com.my dan masukkan maklumat. Pegawai Bank Islam akan hubungi anda semula atau imbas kod QR ini dan layari bankislam.com. Anda berminat memiliki rumah? Apabila dah beberapa tahun bekerja, saya pun bercita-cita nak ada rumah sendiri. Selain memikirkan jenis rumah, lokasi dan harga, saya juga runsing memilih bank yang menawarkan pembiayaan yang sesuai. Yalah, saya nakkan margin pembiayaan tinggi, kadar pun okey dan yang paling penting, patuh syariah. Nasib baik saya jumpa pelan pembiayaan rumah by TI Bank Islam. Bank Islam menawarkan pembiayaan pada kadar kompetitif dan pastinya patuh syariah. Saya juga boleh dapat pembiayaan sehingga 100% melalui skim rumah pertamaku. Syoknya! Lagipun, sebagai kaki tangan kerajaan, saya boleh memohon pembiayaan bersama pasangan melalui skim Bank Islam LPPSA untuk memiliki rumah idaman yang lebih mahal. Hanya bawa surat tawaran daripada LPPSA ke cawangan Bank Islam. Senang kan? Selain itu, ada juga pelan pembiayaan semula rumah Wahdah I. Pelan ini sesuai untuk anda yang ingin dapatkan lebihan tunai dengan membiayai semula rumah mengikut harga pasaran semasa. Dengan duit lebih ni, anda boleh buat pelbagai rancangan kewangan seperti penyelesaian hutang, pelan persaraan, kos pendidikan atau perubatan, mengubah suai rumah dan lain-lain lagi. Terpulanglah pada anda. Sudah tentu, banyak kelebihan dengan pembiayaan rumah Bank Islam. Margin pembiayaan menarik, tempoh pembiayaan panjang selama 35 tahun atau sehingga umur 70 tahun, tiada lock-in period, tiada penalti untuk penyelesaian awal, tiada yuran pemprosesan, tiada elemen compounding, tiada charge tersembunyi. Nak tahu lebih lagi, layari easyaccess.bankislam.com.my dan masukkan maklumat. Pegawai Bank Islam akan hubungi anda semula atau imbas kod QR ini dan layari bankislam.com. Pernah tak anda buat kesilapan dalam merancang kewangan? Saya pun sama. Semakin banyak duit, semakin banyaklah komitmen beranak-anak. Macam bayaran kos pendidikan, pinjaman koperasi atau hutang-hutang lain dengan kadar keuntungan yang tinggi. Setiap komitmen ini kadarnya berbeza-beza. Setiap bulan kena bayar satu-satu. Leceh tak? Jangan risau. Gabungkan semuanya dalam pelan pembiayaan peribadi I Bank Islam. Melalui pelan ini, anda boleh satukan semua komitmen tadi pada kadar kompetitif. Kadar yang dikenakan pun jadi satu dan nak buat pembayaran pun senang. Pastinya lebih jimat, lebih mudah. Dengan pembiayaan peribadi I Bank Islam, anda boleh mohon amount pembiayaan sehingga RM300,000 dan tempoh pembiayaan sehingga 10 tahun. Pandai-pandailah rancang ikut bajet sendiri. Yang menariknya, ada pilihan pelindungan takaful atas baki pembiayaan dan anda tak perlukan garantor. Bukan itu saja, anda juga boleh sertai macam-macam kempen yang diadakan untuk pelanggan Bank Islam. Wah, banyaknya hadiah. Jadi, rancanglah kewangan anda dengan bijak bermula hari ini. Ingat, apabila gagal merancang, kita merancang untuk gagal. Nak tahu lebih lagi, layari easyaccess.bankislam.com.my dan masukkan maklumat. Pegawai Bank Islam akan hubungi anda semula atau imbas kod QR ini dan layari bankislam.com.
Many parents worry financially to fund their children higher education, and students uncertain about the program that will give them the future. Worry no more. At KLT we offer up to 100% scholarship, and the programs offer are what the industry needs. Let us help you to ease your mind from study loan and the uncertainty about your future pathway.
Korang pernah ada tak momen-momen belum hujung bulan lagi tapi korang buka akaun tinggal RM50 je? Apa nak buat RM50 ni? Makan cukup ke? Nak berjuli lagi cukup ke? Sebenarnya paling senang untuk kita elakkan daripada berlaku momen yang macam ni ialah kita asingkan duit kita. Masuk je gaji, kita letak kat satu akaun, lepas tu kita asingkan untuk expenses satu akaun, untuk simpanan satu akaun, untuk duit runcit satu lagi akaun. Alang-alang kita memang nak manage our money wisely, baiklah kita masukkan duit gaji kita dekat dalam akaun Al-Awfar, yang mana kalau korang masukkan gaji dekat dalam tu, korang juga boleh menang cabutan bertuah jom pindah gaji. Tiap-tiap bulan cabutan bertuah dia grand prize boleh dapat RM50,000. Second prize RM25,000. Third prize RM15,000. Dan paling busuk pun korang boleh menang hadiah sagu hati yang diberikan kepada 10 orang bernilai RM1,000 setiap seorang. Maksudnya tiap-tiap bulan ada 13 orang pemenang, setahun 156 orang pemenang. So korang bayangkan berapa banyak chances yang korang ada untuk menang cabutan bertuah ni. Menarik kan? So nak buka akaun ni simple je. Korang pergi je branch Bank Islam yang terdekat, ataupun sekarang ni semua online. Korang just pergi dekat www.vao.bankislam.com.my. Kat situ korang fill in all the details. Tulis kat situ korang nak buka akaun Al-Awfar. Lepas tu submit. Nanti korang pergi ke branch yang terdekat untuk ambil kad korang. Bila dah buka akaun Al-Awfar, korang pergi dekat HR company korang, cakap je nak tukar akaun gaji daripada bank yang dulu kepada akaun Al-Awfar Bank Islam yang baru ni. Last step yang korang kena buat, korang cuma perlu inform Bank Islam sama ada call 0326900900 atau pergi branch yang terdekat yang korang dah menggunakan akaun Al-Awfar korang ni sebagai akaun gaji. Dari situ, pegawai bank tu boleh register nama dan akaun korang untuk cabutan bertuah jom pindah gaji ni tiap-tiap bulan. Sebenarnya, jom pindah gaji cuma salah satu cabutan bertuah yang ada dalam akaun Al-Awfar. Dalam masa yang sama, korang boleh menang banyak lagi hadiah yang lain. Antaranya, hadiah RM1,000,000, package umrah dan macam-macam lagi. Untuk tahu lebih lanjut, boleh layari www.bankislam.com.
Hadiah apa? Gadget-gadget canggih. Wow. Lagi. Hadiah percutian di tempat menarik. Atau pakej menunaikan umrah. Alhamdulillah. Kau juga boleh menang kereta mewah. Wow. Dan paling gempak, kau boleh menang RM1 juta, bro.
Wow, ini sudah lebih. Relax, cara senang kan ada. Tak perlu pening lagi. Layari laman web Bank Islam sekarang. Lebih cepat, lebih jimat.
Rasanya dah tiba masa untuk saya beli kereta. Tapi nak beli kereta yang mana ya? Yang
Hari ini merupakan hari kedua E-Colloquium Pendidikan Antarabangsa Pejabat Pendidikan Daerah Miri tahun 2022. Untuk makluman hadirin, majlis ini dipancarkan Hari ini merupakan hari kedua E-Colloquium Pendidikan Antarabangsa Pejabat Pendidikan Daerah Miri tahun 2022. Untuk makluman hadirin, majlis ini dipancarkan terus secara langsung menerusi laman Facebook dan channel YouTube rasmi PPD Miri. Sementara itu, pada para peserta boleh mendaftar kehadiran dengan mengimbas QR Code yang dipaparkan pada layar. Mohon semua peserta untuk berada dalam sidang masing-masing untuk bersedia bagi menjawab sebarang persoalan yang dikemukakan oleh audiens dalam chat box menerusi channel YouTube rasmi PPD Miri. Majlis sekali lagi mengucapkan ucapan terima kasih kepada semua penaja yang telah memberikan sumbangan dalam menjayakan E-Colloquium Pendidikan pada tahun ini. Aktiviti hari kedua dimulai dengan ucap tama 3 bersama Profesor Dr. Maureen Craig McIntosh. Seterusnya, sesi plenary 2, Datuk Dr. Chiam Heng Keng diikuti oleh sesi pembentangan 4 sidang selari berikutnya. Sesi plenary 3 bersama Dr. Connie Shin alias Connie Casey Ompok yang akan dirungkai oleh moderator mengikut sidang selari 2 iaitu STEM, Sains, Teknologi, Engineering, Matematik. Hadirin sekalian, majlis beralih ke sesi plenary yang ketiga. Majlis seterusnya mempersilakan Dr. Connie Shin alias Connie Casey Ompok. STEM Activity in Early Childhood Education. Dipersilakan moderator.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jenny Lu, your moderator for today. Pleased to see you all and welcome to our next slot. Today, our speaker would be Dr. Connie Shin, alias Connie Casey Ompok, and she will be sharing a topic on a food and beverage STEM module. Dr. Connie is currently the senior lecturer specializing in early childhood education at the Faculty of Psychology and Education in University Malaysia Sabah. She has completed her PhD in curriculum and instruction on early childhood education, and her area of expertise is on early childhood education. Dr. Connie and I got to know each other in Teacher Training Institute in Keningau, Sabah, about 9 years ago. I've known about her and her work for quite some time, and I've always been very impressed with her thoughtfulness and her creativity, as well as her unique perspectives that she takes on early childhood education. She educates herself a lot and is constantly open to new ideas and into changing her old ways and shaking things up. And she's not afraid to tell you either, which is one of the things I really appreciate about her. Today, Dr. Connie will be sharing her experience on confronting the pandemic in Malaysia, where the schools were not closed, but instead relied on the citizens to take responsibility for STEM education at home. Now, allow me to welcome Dr. Connie to deliver her presentation. Over to you, Doctor.
Thank you, Jenny, our moderator for today. In Malaysia, the STEM initiative has aggressively been implemented in order to provide a pipeline of students that will eventually serve as prospective workers for 1 million new STEM careers. These jobs include careers for the Industrial Revolutions 4.0, such as scientists and programmers. However, the Malaysian government is facing several major challenges in achieving the goal of strengthening STEM educations in the country. The first challenge is the decreasing enrollment of STEM students at secondary education level. While the intellectual health of the country begins at home, prior school experience plays an essential role in ensuring that all children, particularly those regarded as being at risk, have a sound beginning. These situations call for several steps to be taken by early childhood practitioners to strengthen STEM education since early years of education. When the COVID pandemic hit the country, food and beverage stamps module could be implemented at home by parents. The needs for modules to have facilitated teachers and parents to face the challenges of educating preschool students during the teaching and educating at home. UMS has developed a food and beverage science module that elevates the cooking stove as a virtual laboratory. By turning the kitchen into a virtual lab, parents can generate learning materials that are readily available in their homes. Many do not understand the STEM elements learned through STEM activities. I would like to share the STEM element through food and beverage activities at home. The first one is Mango Tango. STEM integrations focus in Mango Tango, science, changes of solid to liquid, technology, the use of glasses, blenders, bowls, and spoons, engineering, overcome the problems of students who didn't like to eat mangoes and change the mangoes into mango juice. Mathematics, measuring the quantity of ingredients needed to provide mathematics, measuring the quantity of ingredients needed to produce the right juice. Rainbow candy. STEM integration focus, science, rainbow color mixing, technology, using of spoons and glasses in rainbow candy activities, engineering, solve problems by forming shapes concept using materials in the rainbow candy activities. For mathematics, Children are able to count numbers in order, know types of shape, and can compare the quantity. For mathematics, able to count numbers in order, know types of shapes, and can compare the quantity of objects. My train, STEM integration focus, science, observe the shape, color, size, and texture of vegetables. Technology, the use of knife in performing activities. Engineering, the skill of creating trains from materials such as vegetables. Mathematics, calculate the quantity of vegetables needed. My dragon fruit cake, STEM integration focus, science, change solid to liquid, technology, use of automatic mixtures, technology, use of automatic mixtures, engineering, skill in making the dragon fruit cake from dragon fruit, mathematics, for mathematics, calculate the types of ingredients. Banana mixture, STEM integration focus, science, knowledge of nutrients in banana and a mixture of a banana fruit and full cream Dutch lady milk. Technology, use of spoon, glasses and bowls. Engineering, skill in making banana milkshakes using a blender and nutritious ingredients. Mathematics, counting the banana, measuring. Fruits puree, STEM integration focus, science process from solid to freezing process. Technology, learn about the functions of the technology tools used. Engineering, mixing ingredients to make new materials and use technological tools properly. Mathematics, calculate the quantity of materials needed. For volcano lemonade, STEM integrations focus, science, the result of the reaction between the extractions of lemon juice and the bicarbonate of soda is called acid-base reactions. Technology, use of lemon squeezers tools. Engineering, do various ways to squeeze the lemon fruit according to the creativity. For mathematics, counting the lemons. Rojak buah, STEM integration focus, science, fruits, gravy, liquid, technology. For technology, the use of spoon, bowl, basket. For engineering, the use process of knives. For engineering, the use of knife, scales. Mathematics, using and selling. Children learn value for money. Like a rainbow, STEM integration focus, coloring, pigment mixing process, technology, cooking utensils such as spoon, mixtures, bowls, anti-stick pans, gas stove, measuring glass cup and plates, engineering, produce food from natural resources to attract students in eating healthy food. For mathematics, children learn numbers. Clip-on, STEM integration focus. Science, the process of making clip-on. Technology, using the necessary method for clip-on. STEM integration focus. Science, the process of making clip-on. Technology, using the necessary materials and tools to produce the clip-on. Engineering, students are able to solve problems by learning how to cook the ingredients needed to make clip-on. Mathematics, during the manufacturing process, students will identify. For mathematics, during manufacturing process, students will learn about small and large circle, countings and numbers.
All right, thank you very much, Doctor, for your sharing on some of the sample of activities that you have introduced in the STEM module. Doctor, do you have anything that you would like to add on?
Yeah, thank you, moderator, Miss Jenny. Okay, now let's have a look of some videos of children doing activities, STEM activities, food and beverage that have been conducted at home. Okay, the first one, juice mango tango.
Kelly and Carl. Today we are gonna make juice mango tango. This mango smells good. Now, what we need to put inside this blender is mango, ice, condensed milk, sugar, cup of milk, jug of water, and blender. We need to use a blender because we have to blend all of these ingredients. Now we need 1 bowl of ice and 1 bowl of mango. Be careful. And bowl of mango. 1 cup of milk. Don't spill it. Teaspoons of condensed milk. 1, 2, 3. 1½ spoon of sugar. Be careful. Don't spill it. And put in a half jug of water. And now we have to put the lid on. Be careful when you're gonna on this blender. All the ingredients in this blender already blend by this blender. Now we have to pour in this 2 glass. Be careful. Looks yummy, Kelly. Yeah. Now we already pour the juice mango tango in this 2 glass. We have to use this mango. This mango is shaped like a square. And we have to put the mango inside this glass. You can do it. That's so cool. I like the shape.
Oh,
Be careful.
drown.
It will drown. This is so cool. I'm so excited to drink. This smells good. Alright, what do you see on this mango tango? Oh, this is like yellow. Yeah, it's color yellow. Now we are gonna test this mango tango. This is cool. Yum. Yum. Friends, we can make this juice mango tango. Bye. Bye.
Yeah, in this activity, we can see children learn to compare the quantity of objects, observing the environment of using a combinations of three or more sensors, measuring liquid using non-standard unit, and also children observe and naming the fruits used in the activity. Next, we can have a look of video where the rainbow candy.
Oh, hello. Hello. Welcome back to Kelly and Card. And today we're gonna make an experiment about rainbow candy. The things we need are rainbow candy, of course, 4 shapes, glass of water, spoon, and that we have to put the rainbow candy inside this plate. Can we separate this color? Yes. First, there's red, orange, yellow, blue, and green. And now we are gonna start separating these colors. Let's put this orange first. Yeah, let's put the orange. I'm excited. So fun. Do you like these colors? Yeah. What color is your favorite color? Red, blue, and green. I like green. And now we already separate these rainbow colors. And now we're gonna say the colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue. And now we have the shapes and separated color rainbow candy. And there's a big and small shapes. Yeah, and now we're gonna say one of these shapes one by one. Big square, small square. Big triangle, small triangle. Big circle, small circle. Big rectangle, small rectangle. We have to put this rainbow candy in these shapes. And I'm gonna take red. I'm gonna take red. Just put it over here. Red. I like this red color. It looks like dark in color. Done. Now we're gonna say these shapes. First, big circle, small circle. Big rectangle, small rectangle. Big triangle, small triangle. Big square and small square. And now we're gonna eat. Oh, there's... Okay, it's okay. I'm gonna eat. Okay, now we do experiment about changing colors from this rainbow candies. But we need is piece of plate, glass of water, and rainbow candies. Now we have to put this rainbow candy in the piece of plate. I'm gonna put two of these. Green and blue. Just the yellow one. Now, how we change this color, these rainbow candies, is cup of water and a spoon. But the only thing is important, we have to put little water inside. Let's put that. Wow, they are changing colors. The red and yellow is orange. Yellow and blue is green. The blue and red is purple. And we are done. We already looked at the colors and it changed colors. And you can make this at home. The experiment called is about changing colors from the rainbow candies. Bye!
Yeah. In this activity, children will compare the quantity of objects, counting numbers in order. They also learn about using combinations of senses and also making reasonable assumptions based on the observations. Next, we have a look of another video, Volcano Lemonade. Okay.
Saya Car dan nama saya Kelly. Hari ini kita akan buat eksperimen sains Volcano Lemonade.
Di depan kamu itu ada 2 baris buah lemon. Barisan yang pertama ada berapa biji buah lemon?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oke. Barisan yang kedua ada berapa biji buah lemon?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Bagus. Di depan kamu itu ada 2 baris buah lemon. Sama atau tidak panjang 2 baris buah lemon yang ada di depan kamu?
Sama panjang.
Sama atau tidak bilangan buah lemon pada baris pertama dan baris kedua?
Baris pertama 1, 2, 3, 4. Baris kedua 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yang mana baris lebih panjang? Masih sama atau tidak bilangan buah pada baris panjang itu?
Panjang baris pertama dan panjang baris kedua sama. Bilangan buah di barisan pertama adalah banyak.
Di depan kamu ada piring A dan piring B.
Ada 1 biji buah lemon pada piring A dan 1 biji buah lemon pada piring B.
Kedua-dua pinggan ini ada buah lemon yang sama banyak atau tidak?
Ya, sama banyak.
Oke, di depan kamu ada 2 cawan yang berisi air. Adakah kedua-dua cawan ini ada air yang sama banyak?
Ya, sama banyak.
Card, ambil gelas di depan dan gantikan pada salah satu gelas yang berada di atas piring kecil itu. Dan masukkan air. Oke, bagus. Oke, lihat pada kedua-dua cawan. Adakah kedua-dua cawan ini mempunyai air yang sama banyak?
Ya, sama banyak.
Di depan kamu ada belahan buah lemon. Sekarang ini kamu dikehendaki memerah lemon tersebut menggunakan garpu yang ada di depan kamu itu.
Baiklah, sekarang letakkan di tepi perahan lemon tersebut dan kamu dikehendaki merasa hasil perahan lemon itu.
Masam, tidak sedap.
Baiklah, sekarang masukkan 1 sudu soda bikarbonat yang ada di depan kamu itu ke dalam perahan lemon di dalam gelas itu. Baiklah, ini dipanggil tindak balas asid dan base. Baiklah, di depan kamu ada 1 gelas perahan lemon, ada 1 gelas air sejuk dan ada 1 mangkuk gula. Sekarang ni cuba rasa dan ambil secubit gula di dalam mangkuk tersebut. Apa rasa?
Manis.
Sekarang ini masukkan perahan lemon ke dalam air sejuk. Masukkan 2 sudu gula ke dalam gelas. Dan bancu minuman tersebut. Sekarang ni, kamu dikehendaki merasa minuman tersebut.
Rasa masam dan manis sikit.
Okey, sekarang apa perbezaan rasa perahan lemon tadi? Apa rasa lemon tadi? Masam. Okey. Apa rasa jus lemonade tadi?
Masam dan manis. Okey kawan-kawan, selamat mencuba.
Yeah, in this activity, volcano lemonade, children will understand the concept of number, consistency, length, mass, and volume. They also observe their environment using sensors. They measure the measuring liquid using non-standard unit. They are making reasonable assumptions based on their observations when doing the activity. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Doctor, for your sharing today. Thank you very much for delivering such informative and interesting presentation on the activities that children can do based on the STEM module. Okay, so we have now arrived to the question and answer session. So if the viewers, if you have any questions, please do type in the chat box and then we will also post it out after this. Okay, so the first question here is, right, so here it goes. Can the activities mentioned in the sharing be used amongst the pupils in level 1 and level 2?
Yes, these activities can be adapted in terms of the difficulty level as well as the implementation methods based on the people's level of understanding in the lesson taught by the teacher.
All right. Thank you very much, Doctor. That will be a very good news because we know that teachers right now, they might have some difficulties in searching for the right activities that can integrate all the 4 subjects that you have mentioned just now. So by having all these activities that the teachers can adapt the level of difficulty, based on the students' level of understanding, I believe that it will be very interesting soon. Okay. Thank you very much, Doctor. The second question that we have here is, okay, is the module readily available and where can the teachers obtain a copy of it if it is readily available, Doctor?
Yes, it is readily available. The teachers can obtain more information and activities on it through the website that our moderator, Miss Jenny, will be sharing in a moment. Okay, share with you, Jenny.
All right. Okay, Doctor. Yes. So the link I've already put it over the banner over here. So to the teachers who are very interested in the activities that are mentioned by Dr. Connie just now, okay, the STEM module is readily available through the website that I've already posted here. Okay, and it will also be posted in the comment section as well. So teachers, you can get the module, you can get sample of the activities, and correct me if I'm wrong, Doctor. They also can get the worksheets, right?
Yes, inside
Yes,
the
the
module.
worksheets. Yes, the worksheets are also available in the module itself. So teachers, you can get sample of the activities as well as the worksheet. And no problem if you would like to adapt it based on the level of difficulties or the level of understanding that your pupils are having right now. Okay. All right. So let's move on to the third question over here. All right. Okay, so because we know that right now the pandemic is getting more serious, I mean, in most of the states here. So, are these activities suitable to be conducted via online? For example, just in case if we are going to have any PDPR session again, it will be suitable to be conducted via online at home, or is it much more suitable to be conducted offline, as in during face-to-face interaction at school, Doctor?
Okay. These activities can be conducted both online or offline at home. Students can do these activities at home with readily available ingredients and documents the process via social media or through video presentation. If it is at school, students will be able to increase their collaborations also with their peers and create more creative product with the ingredients or materials prepared by themselves or by their teachers. Therefore, I can say yes, these modules of STEM activities, which focus on food and beverages, can be implemented through online or offline session. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Doctor. And then we have some questions over here as well. So the next one, so based on the activities that Doctor have mentioned just now, some of the activities might look very easy, and then some teachers might assume that these activities are only suitable for pupils in preschool. So, Doctor, these activities they are suitable for which level of pupils, Doctor? Is it only confined to the preschool pupils?
Okay, not only preschool, but also primary or secondary student. They also can explore the module, explore about the technology, the use of technology such as the use of blender. They will also learn about colors, about shape, and also about numbers. Okay, and maybe they can do cooking at home with their parents is also very very important.
All right. Thank you very much, Doctor. Okay, so basically, what Doctor have mentioned just now, the activities that were mentioned in the recording just now, even though it looks like it's more suitable for preschool kids, but actually it's not. It's actually available, or it's also very good to be tried out, okay, by pupils in primary schools and also the secondary schools, right, Doctor? Yes.
Yes, yes.
Okay, and then we have one more question over here. So when we talk about STEM education, right? STEM education or the activities that are in STEM have been famously being used, being applied, being incorporated in school nowadays. So it's like every school we would have STEM activities or even STEM competitions. So beside, for example, like one of the activities that Doctor mentioned about making mango tango, okay, and the other one, okay, what can we change a bit for those activities? Can we change the ingredients, Doctor?
Yes, we can change the ingredient. It depends on of course, it depends on the creativity of the teachers or even their parents. Because these activities related to our daily life, that is the most important that we can relate the things that we learn with our life. Okay, STEM education uh, now also known as STEM, STEM, STEAM, is a teaching approach that combine science, technology, engineering, arts, and maths. This can relate the topic that we learn with our daily life. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much, Doctor. So yes, indeed, STEM education, which is also currently known as the STEAM, okay, incorporates also the arts. So I believe that some of the activities that Doctor mentioned just now, we can actually also incorporate or also implement the subject of arts. Okay, maybe for example, like I remember when I went through the worksheets that Doctor have already mentioned in the module just now, there were several parts where pupils are required to color the number,
Yeah,
color
color the objects, color the
Mm-mm.
fruits.
Yes, color the fruit or maybe draw it out. What do they think? What kind of, for example, like pupils are asked to do mango tango, maybe they are asked to maybe color it out, draw it out. So there are a lot of ways to incorporate these activities in the pupils' daily life as well, right? Because it's related to their daily life,
Using
especially when it comes
color,
to
yeah.
yes, especially when it comes to food and beverage. I believe that there will be a lot more creative ideas, not only by the teachers who are going to implement these activities in the classroom, but also among the pupils and students when they're doing collaboration or collaborative work among one another, right, Doctor?
Yes, yes.
Yes. All right. So I believe I think that will be it. Okay. So for the viewers who are just coming in, if you have any questions, please do leave it in the chat box. And then after this, we are going to answer it in the chat box as well. Yeah. Okay, Doctor, thank you very much for your answers today. And thank you very much for your very meaningful and very insightful answers on today's sharing. Yeah. So I hope that through today's slot, okay, all of you, including myself, right, we have learned and gained something new to be incorporated in our teaching and learning sessions, regardless if we are regardless of our major subjects. I believe that whatever Doctor has shared today, we can actually use it, implement it in our classroom, as well as helping our pupils to boost up their critical and creative thinking skills. Thank you very much, Doctor,
Thank
for your time
you.
with us. Yes,
Thank
thank you very
you.
much.
Thank
Yes,
you.
and thank you to our viewers for your participation as well as for your questions. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Doctor.
Momen belum hujung bulan lagi tapi korang buka akaun tinggal RM50 je. Apa nak buat RM50 ni? Makan cukup ke? Nak berjuli lagi cukup ke? Sebenarnya paling senang untuk kita elakkan daripada berlaku momen yang macam ni ialah kita asingkan duit kita. Masuk je gaji, kita letak kat satu akaun, lepas tu kita asingkan untuk expenses satu akaun, untuk simpanan satu akaun, untuk duit runcit satu lagi akaun. Alang-alang kita memang nak manage our money wisely, baiklah kita masukkan duit gaji kita dekat dalam akaun Al-Awfar, yang mana kalau korang masukkan gaji dekat dalam tu, korang juga boleh menang cabutan bertuah jom pindah gaji. Tiap-tiap bulan cabutan bertuah dia grand prize boleh dapat RM50,000. Second prize RM25,000. Third prize RM15,000. Dan paling busuk pun korang boleh menang hadiah sagu hati yang diberikan kepada 10 orang bernilai RM1,000 setiap seorang. Maksudnya tiap-tiap bulan ada 13 orang pemenang, setahun 156 orang pemenang. So korang bayangkan berapa banyak chances yang korang ada untuk menang cabutan bertuah ni. Menarik kan? So nak buka akaun ni simple je. Korang pergi je branch Bank Islam yang terdekat, ataupun sekarang ni semua online. Korang just pergi dekat www.vao.bankislam.com.my. Kat situ korang fill in all the details. Tulis kat situ korang nak buka akaun Al-Awfar. Lepas tu submit. Nanti korang pergi ke branch yang terdekat untuk ambil kad korang. Bila dah buka akaun Al-Awfar, korang pergi dekat HR company korang, cakap je nak tukar akaun gaji daripada bank yang dulu kepada akaun Al-Awfar Bank Islam yang baru ni. Last step yang korang kena buat, korang cuma perlu inform Bank Islam sama ada call 0326900900 atau pergi branch yang terdekat yang korang dah menggunakan akaun Al-Awfar korang ni sebagai akaun gaji. Dari situ, pegawai bank tu boleh register nama dan akaun korang untuk cabutan bertuah jom pindah gaji ni tiap-tiap bulan. Sebenarnya, jom pindah gaji cuma salah satu cabutan bertuah yang ada dalam akaun Al-Awfar. Dalam masa yang sama, korang boleh menang banyak lagi hadiah yang lain. Antaranya, hadiah RM1,000,000, package umrah dan macam-macam lagi. Untuk tahu lebih lanjut, boleh layari www.bankislam.com.
Gadget-gadget canggih. Wah. Lagi hadiah percutian di tempat menarik. Atau pakej menunaikan umrah. Alhamdulillah. Kau juga boleh menang kereta mewah. Wow. Dan paling gempak, kau boleh menang RM1 juta, bro.
Wow, ini sudah lebih. Relax, cara senang kan ada. Tak perlu pening lagi. Layari laman web Bank Islam sekarang. Lebih cepat, lebih jimat.
Rasanya dah tiba masa untuk saya beli kereta. Tapi nak beli kereta yang mana ya? Yang ini atau yang ini? Saya juga kena tahu kelayakan. Berapa jumlah pembiayaan, kadar keuntungan, bayaran bulanan. Kejap. Saya ni baru je dapat kerja. Slip gaji pun tak ada lagi. Boleh ke mohon pembiayaan kenderaan? Nasib baik terjumpa pelan pembiayaan kenderaan I Bank Islam. Melalui program Grad Hits, lepasan ijazah seperti saya pun boleh dapatkan pembiayaan. Tak perlu slip gaji pun kalau kerja kurang dari 1 bulan. Hanya perlu surat tawaran pekerjaan serta salinan scroll atau transkrip. Yang menariknya, saya boleh dapat pembiayaan sehingga 100% daripada harga kereta. Bestnya! Tahu tak, selain kenderaan nasional, Bank Islam juga ada pembiayaan untuk kenderaan bukan nasional dan unregistered recondition. Biasanya orang panggil kereta recon. Pembiayaan pastinya patuh syariah dan kadar yang ditawarkan pun kompetitif. Kalau berlaku benda yang tak diingini ke atas saya, macam mana? Jangan risau, terdapat juga pilihan pelan pelindungan takaful atas semua pembiayaan yang berbaki. Wah, patutlah ramai yang pilih Bank Islam. Nak lebih info lagi, layari easyaccess.bankislam.com.my dan masukkan maklumat anda. Bank Islam akan hubungi anda semula atau imbas kod QR ini dan layari www.bankislam.com. Saya tak perlu risau jika kekurangan tunai dalam dompet. Lebih mudah dan pantas bila guna kad debit I untuk berbelanja di mana je. Kad debit ini ringkas. Bila saya menggunakannya, jumlah yang saya bayar akan ditolak terus daripada baki dalam akaun simpanan. Tapi pernah juga bila nak bayar, duit dalam akaun pula tak cukup. Nasib baiklah saya ada kad kredit I Bank Islam. Dengan kad kredit I Bank Islam, saya terus boleh membuat apa-apa perbelanjaan. Penggunaan kad akan ditolak dari jumlah pembiayaan. Setiap bulan, saya akan terima penyata kad kredit I. Saya hanya perlu semak transaksi yang disenaraikan dan bayar baki penyata sebelum atau pada tarikh matang. Kenapa saya pilih kad kredit I Bank Islam? Sebab tiada charge keuntungan berganda. Dan jika bayar penuh baki penyata, saya takkan dikenakan charge keuntungan langsung. Kalau saya membuat pembayaran minimum atau kurang daripada penyata kad bulanan, charge keuntungan hanya dikira berdasarkan amount principal yang telah digunakan. Yuran tahunan juga akan dikecualikan bila guna kad kredit I minimum 12 kali dalam setahun. Dengan True Rewards, saya dapat mata ganjaran True Points apabila berbelanja dan saya boleh tebus pelbagai barangan dan voucher yang ditawarkan. Apabila buat pembelian runcit RM1,000 ke atas, saya boleh melanggan pelan ansuran transaksi runcit RSVP yang mana saya boleh memanjangkan tempoh bayaran ansuran pada 6 bulan ke, 9 bulan ke dan lebih lagi. Ada banyak lagi kemudahan kad kredit I Bank Islam ni. Pengeluaran tunai, pindahan baki dan pelan pelindungan takaful percuma. Menarik kan? Nak tahu lebih lagi, layari easyaccess.bankislam.com.my dan masukkan maklumat. Pegawai Bank Islam akan hubungi anda semula atau imbas kod QR ini dan layari bankislam.com. Anda berminat memiliki rumah? Apabila dah beberapa tahun bekerja, saya pun bercita-cita nak ada rumah sendiri. Selain memikirkan jenis rumah, lokasi dan harga, saya juga runsing memilih bank yang menawarkan pembiayaan yang sesuai. Yalah, saya nakkan margin pembiayaan tinggi, kadar pun okey dan yang paling penting, patuh syariah. Nasib baik saya jumpa pelan pembiayaan rumah by TI Bank Islam. Bank Islam menawarkan pembiayaan pada kadar kompetitif dan pastinya patuh syariah. Saya juga boleh dapat pembiayaan sehingga 100% melalui skim rumah pertamaku. Syoknya! Lagipun, sebagai kaki tangan kerajaan, saya boleh memohon pembiayaan bersama pasangan melalui skim Bank Islam LPPSA untuk memiliki rumah idaman yang lebih mahal. Hanya bawa surat tawaran daripada LPPSA ke cawangan Bank Islam. Senang kan? Selain itu, ada juga pelan pembiayaan semula rumah Wahdah I. Pelan ini sesuai untuk anda yang ingin dapatkan lebihan tunai dengan membiayai semula rumah mengikut harga pasaran semasa. Dengan duit lebih ni, anda boleh buat pelbagai rancangan kewangan seperti penyelesaian hutang, pelan persaraan, kos pendidikan atau perubatan, mengubah suai rumah dan lain-lain lagi. Terpulanglah pada anda. Sudah tentu, banyak kelebihan dengan pembiayaan rumah Bank Islam. Margin pembiayaan menarik, tempoh pembiayaan panjang selama 35 tahun atau sehingga umur 70 tahun, tiada lock-in period, tiada penalti untuk penyelesaian awal, tiada yuran pemprosesan, tiada elemen compounding, tiada charge tersembunyi. Nak tahu lebih lagi, layari easyaccess.bankislam.com.my dan masukkan maklumat. Pegawai Bank Islam akan hubungi anda semula. Atau imbas kod QR ini dan layari bankislam.com. Pernah tak anda buat kesilapan dalam merancang kewangan? Saya pun sama. Semakin banyak duit, semakin banyaklah komitmen beranak-anak. Macam bayaran kos pendidikan, pinjaman koperasi atau hutang-hutang lain dengan kadar keuntungan yang tinggi. Setiap komitmen ini kadarnya berbeza-beza. Setiap bulan kena bayar satu-satu. Leceh tak? Jangan risau. Gabungkan semuanya dalam pelan pembiayaan peribadi I Bank Islam. Melalui pelan ini, anda boleh satukan semua komitmen tadi pada kadar kompetitif. Kadar yang dikenakan pun jadi satu dan nak buat pembayaran pun senang. Pastinya lebih jimat, lebih mudah. Dengan pembiayaan peribadi I Bank Islam, anda boleh mohon amount pembiayaan sehingga RM300,000 dan tempoh pembiayaan sehingga 10 tahun. Pandai-pandailah rancang ikut bajet sendiri. Yang menariknya, ada pilihan pelindungan takaful atas baki pembiayaan dan anda tak perlukan garantor. Bukan itu saja, anda juga boleh sertai macam-macam kempen yang diadakan untuk pelanggan Bank Islam. Wah, banyaknya hadiah. Jadi, rancanglah kewangan anda dengan bijak bermula hari ini. Ingat, apabila gagal merancang, kita merancang untuk gagal. Nak tahu lebih lagi, layari easyaccess.bankislam.com.my dan masukkan maklumat. Pegawai Bank Islam akan hubungi anda semula. Atau imbas kod QR ini dan layari bankislam.com.
Many parents worry financially to fund their children higher education, and students uncertain about the program that will give them the future. Worry no more. At KLT we offer up to 100% scholarship, and the programs offer are what the industry needs. Let us help you to ease your mind from study loan and the uncertainty about your future pathway.
Sampaikan ucapan terima kasih kepada Dr. Connie Shin alias Connie Casey Ompok atas sesi plenary itu tadi. Sidang hadirin yang dihormati sekalian, kini majlis diteruskan lagi dengan pembentangan mengikut 4 sidang selari, iaitu yang pertama, International, Special Education, Early Childhood, Tesl, etc. Yang kedua, STEM, Science, Teknologi, Engineering, Matematik. Yang ketiga, Language and Arts. Manakala yang keempat, Other, Management, Discipline, Counselling, etc.
Wave Beats Music. Beats Music. Wave Beats Music. Wave Beats Music. Wave Beats Music. music. Wave beats music. Wave beats music. Wave beats music. music. Wave beats music. Wave beats music. Wave beats music. music. Wave beats music. Wave beats music. Wave beats music. music. Beats Music. Wave Beats Music. Wave Beats Music. Wave Beats Music. Beats Music. Wave Beats Music. Wave Beats Music. Wave Beats Music. Beats Music. Beats Music. music. Wave beats music. Wave beats music. Wave beats music. Beats Music. Beats Music. Beats Music. Wave Beats Music. Wave Beats Music. Wave Beats Music. Beats Music. Beats Music. Wave Beats Music. Wave Beats Music. Wave Beats Music. music. Wave beats music. Wave beats music. Wave beats music. music. Wave beats music. Wave beats music. Wave beats music. music.
Majlis ditangguhkan sehingga ke esok hari. Jangan lupa teruskan bersama kami pada hari esok.